What's up, everybody? What's up? What's up? What's up? Hey, Young. Welcome back. I'm stuck between RF or Cyclone. You gotta do what you feel is best, right? What's up, Buster? Cyclone, better damage, better all-arounder. Yeah, it's a solid league starter. It was great in 3.25. It was great in 3.26. It's gonna be even better in 3.27. Let me update my note here. Now, day 2. Leveling. Can't wait for tomorrow. Yeah. Actually was going to take tomorrow off from work, but I have to go in the office for a couple hours in the morning. So I'm still hopefully going to get off with a little bit of time to rest before the league launch. But I am very excited. What's up, Niche? So yeah, I started leveling this hardcore SSF character yesterday. I kind of would like to just finish the campaign out today and just kind of like chill, maybe do some mapping, and then take a look at my POB, do some final updates. Let me actually bring that up real quick. But I have time to make it great with work and everything else. Yeah. You struggle with survivability at late endgame. At late endgame, yeah, you need a lot of investment in the build to be able to do like juice T17s and Ubers and stuff, if that's what you're asking. Has there been an update? No update yet. Okay. Actually started Cyclone in 3.26 and it was great. I just fell in a hole where my next upgrades were really expensive. Yeah, the upgrades get pretty expensive once you get past like the T16. Dude, 177k hit pool, 13 million DPS. You'll literally do everything aside from Giga Juiced. Yeah, so I made some changes to the POB after Rue pointed out some insightful stuff yesterday. So this is actually the non-abyssus tree. So you can see the max fizz hit is a lot higher. It's like 20k. And it's just like basically armor, life, and resistance gear. We are using like an armor helm instead of abyssus on this particular loadout. With like a 700-ish fizz DPS weapon. So this right here is like super solid and very tanky. If you want to play abyssus, you're going to take more of a fizz hit. You only have like 14k physical max hit. But the damage is a lot higher because of Abyssus, right? So now you're up to like 21 million damage just basically by swapping the helm. So it's a trade-off on, do you want to do like 8 million more damage but lose 6,000 fizz max hit is the trade-off. For like T16 mapping, it shouldn't matter. But I do provide a loadout for non-Abyssus here in case like people are interested in not running the helm. I'll be running the helm, so this will be more reflective once I get to this point in the build. My goal is to get the new unique Retaliate shield, so I'll have to fight an Uber for sure. Yeah. I'm new here, I love Cyclone, but for me it's too hard to progress in the campaign. Will you do a leveling POB? What's up, Alpha? I have leveling POBs, so the way my POB works is you go up here to the loadouts, and you're going to like go to level 13 and you have like a level 13 tree. This tells you like what points to spec. It tells you what skills to use, and then as you change your loadout here, it'll update the gem selection. It'll add to the skill tree. So it basically gives you a step-by-step, as you can see as you level the character, what my recommendations are for speccing all the way up to 90, 95. You think 6k plus health is going to make a difference? On the max fizz hit, it'll feel a lot tankier, for sure. But it's still not going to prevent you from like, whether you have 20k fizz max hit or like 15, you're still going to get one shot by a big fizz hit. So there are things like in the late end game that you just have to mechanically avoid. But like when it comes to just like mapping and stuff, like say T17s, yeah, you'll feel a big difference between 20k and 15. So it just depends. I personally like running Abyssus, so I'll run Abyssus. I prefer like having, you know, quite literally 1/3 more damage. But I do put this in here because some people don't want to run Abyssus. Such a great and extensive POB. Thanks for putting in all the effort. Yeah, no problem, Buster. Best Cyclone build. Been playing and watching since Necropolis. Hey, I appreciate it, Young. So we're going to do some cleanup on the POB later. My friend recommended some pretty good changes to some of the loadouts to streamline, get rid of one of these loadouts essentially and change the level brackets a bit. So I'm going to do that in a few hours before I go to bed. We'll clean up the POB. But pretty much like what I have listed right now is like good to go. I also cleaned up the naming of items just for my OCD. So like on the level 90 tree, everything is level 90, level 95, everything's level 95. I also fixed the pathing, and thanks to Rue, got a few points back. We also we're also running a cluster jewel now. So starting at level 90, I do run a cluster jewel setup here, and then we run that, you know, in our level 95 trees as well. My name on YouTube's pretty shit. Yeah, no worries. Can I do the Atlas in the first 2 stones? Yeah, Alpha. I've actually done multiple SSF characters in the last week, and I've streamed it on YouTube and Twitch, and I've done like Void Stones and everything and SSF test characters in private leagues. I took off Saturday to play because I'm a man-child. Nice. You think Cyclone will clear Breach fastish? I think if you build it, it can. Yeah, I think my version of the build will be fine for doing Breach, but you can also go non-stampede and just stack a shit ton of movement speed, and you'll be just fine in Breach. I have a very expensive setup in my POB. This is a very expensive setup, but if you run this type of gear, this is like what my 3.26 character eventually had. If you run this type of gear, you'll breeze through T17s and Uber bosses. But once again, this is like very expensive, lots of currency investment, lots of defense, lots of damage. But this will feel like, you know, a warm knife cutting through butter, doing like juice T17s and Ubers. Just keep in mind the jump from the investment on the level 95 tree to the investment on the level 100 tree is like hundreds and hundreds of divines. It's a huge jump. I expect most players to get to the level 95 version, and then if they want to make like an Uber bosser or like a juice T17 mapper, they'll probably re-roll. But if you choose, you can invest and go all the way with the build and then make it very comfortable doing that on a Cyclone. I've delved this past week. On standard, I only have down to like level 400, so I did a couple bosses at like 400 delve on stream and blasted through them. It was pretty easy. Use harvest, right? How can I craft the cluster jewel? Yeah, a lot of people do. You're going to want to use like Craft of Exile to determine how you're going to craft your cluster jewel. For some people, it's more depending on the weight of the mods and the craft. Alt spamming might be the better way of doing it, but a lot of people use harvest. Yeah, I saw Rue was looking at my build yesterday. I made changes to the POB based on his suggestions. So his review of the build made it a lot better. I sent him a message thanking him for that. It was really, really nice of him to take a look at it. But yeah, I'm just going to mess around on some hardcore today for a little bit, just to kind of... I just really want to play Cyclone. So I made this hardcore SSF character. I started leveling it yesterday. I made a special private league for it. So this is a hardcore SSF private league. And yeah. Yeah, I saw that they ranked it. I think I think they were just looking at Cyclone Shockwave, right? In and of itself. I didn't watch the video. Was it Cyclone Shockwave Slayer they said was D tier, or did they say Cyclone Shockwave with General's Cry was D tier? Even if it's Cyclone Shockwave General's Cry is D tier, I don't know, like, just because someone says the build isn't great doesn't mean I'm not going to play it and have fun with it. For a lot of people, like, they want something, and obviously it's the most efficient thing, right? Like, kill everything on the screen in a second and do a map in 50 seconds or whatever. I get it, like, that's obviously the best thing to do. But I enjoy, like, playing Cyclone, so. I actually already did this zone, so I'm going to take the waypoint. Gonna be the first time getting through PoE, so Delve and the one Uber are the things I want to do the most. Another YouTuber said all of Jungler builds is F tier, man. Yeah, I mean, Jung makes great builds. You just have to understand how to play them and what the investment might be for some of them. The thing about my build, like the thing about my POB is, I'll bring it up here. I'm trying to create a build that's like really great as a league starter and is really new player friendly, you know? This isn't a build that I expect PoE veterans that want to be blasting T17s on day 3 to be playing, right? This build is designed around, I'm new to PoE 1, or I'm new to Cyclone, but I want to try out the skill. I tried to make it super accessible. I tried to make the investment very minimal, all the way up to like level 90. Like the level 90 tree, is super cheap in terms of the amount of currency you actually have to invest into this thing. And, you know, basic gems and stuff. I tried to keep it really simple so that a new player could easily get through Atlas Progression, Void Stones, you know, do some T16 farms and stuff. But I expect PoE veterans that know the game very well, that want to like make a ton of money and be blasting juiced content on day 3 to not play this, right? They would never play this anyways because this is not something they're going to play. Or they just want to play a chill build, exactly. Yeah, you do what you think is fun, right? Like I played Skelly mages for like 3 years in Path of Exile, right? Skelly mages were not the most OP thing in the game. They were not the most damaging thing or fastest thing in the game, but I really enjoyed playing Skelly mage, and I played it for like 3 years. Like every league, I played a Skelly mage. Like that's all I played. And then for a while now, I've been playing Cyclone. You know, so I find a skill I like and I play it a lot and I make builds on it, you know. And I play what I want to play. I don't really care what other people are playing. I've never played a meta build. I've actually never played a meta build in my life with the exception of Crucible. In Crucible, I played the bow build with the totem that had like 600% life as damage or whatever, because that was the most OP thing I've ever seen in the game. I literally one-tapped Ubers when I played that build. But outside of that, I've never really played a meta build in this game ever. I always play what I want to play, and it's typically, for the last 2 years, it's been Cyclone. And I don't really care if it's meta, I don't care if it's fast, I don't care if it's super, you know, damaging. It's what I enjoy playing, so it's what I do. And I played in all game modes. I played in SSF, I played in regular softcore, I played in hardcore. Yeah. It's just a skill I really enjoy playing, so I play it a lot. Val Skellies were so much fun. Yeah, like I really enjoyed playing the Skelly builds. A lot, actually. So far, you're building glad we chatted the only 2 reasons I want to try this game. Yeah. I deal with early weapon, like white maps and red maps and tiers. I just, like, usually, I either gamble with Faustus for, like, a staff, or I use Harvest Crafting, and I roll Fizz on staffs. I did 4 Void Stones on an SSF character in the last week and a half using a 400, like, PDPS staff. So it wasn't the greatest thing in the world because I was on SSF. I didn't have a lot of good luck with crafting, but it's doable. On trade, you'll have like a much better weapon that you could just buy. Imagine I once dropped the Covenant Jewel. Was it called on day 1? Literally. Oh, that's crazy. Where do I invest my first 2 to 3 divine in day 1? I'm with you on that. Play what you like. Yeah, Gala. Gala, that's like pretty much my stance on everything. 2 to 3 divine on day 1 goes to Stampede. I buy Stampede as soon as possible, and then I get a Cyclone of Tumult gem. That's what I put my first money into. Well, I'll take that back. I put my first money into a Rumi's Flask, which is usually pretty cheap. And then I put my first divines, which is usually like 2 divine, into a pair of Stampede. And then I get a Cyclone of Tumult gem. Those are like the first things I'll buy. Cyclone for like 2 to 3 weeks, just enjoying the new Breach and Harvest Ritual, then PUBD for boss fun. Yeah, I mean, for most people, that's going to be the play, right? Like, you do your League starter, and then when you save up enough currency, you go do, like, whatever the meta is going to be. Because, like, by week 3 of the League, the community is going to find out what the most powerful build is, right? Like, in 3.26, the most powerful build was Frost, right? That's what everyone ended up playing. Like, around week 3 or so, everyone realized that Frost was the most powerful thing in the game, and that's what everyone was playing. It's going to be the same thing in 3.27. Someone's going to discover what the most broken thing is with the new ascendancies, and then that's what you're going to want to play if you want to, like, if you want to do Uber Pinnacle bosses for the rest of 3.27, you're going to want to re-roll a character and do that. That's just how that works. Right? If you want to do, like, you know, juice T17s efficiently, that's what most players will do. They'll drop their League starter and they'll go play whatever the meta thing is. And that's normal. That's like why you have League start builds, and that's why you have meta builds. There's very few builds that you start playing the skill like in Act 3, and you play it all the way to the point where you're like killing an Uber boss in 5 seconds. There's not many skills that do that in this game. Not even, you can't even count on one hand skills that do that. And usually when they do, they get nerfed after a league or two, like what you saw happen with Fissure. So... But like someone like me, I'll play some other builds this league, but I'll put a lot of money into my Cyclone build, and I'll push it as far as it can go, because I just want to see how far I can push it. Or Kinetic Rain and you never make it to the game. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Can it run Simulacrum, and how much is the investment to run T17s? The biggest thing you need to run T17s is a decent weapon. So that's going to cost you anywhere from like 60 to 100 divine, depending on how well you craft the weapon. And then after that, you'll be able to run T17s, but you're going to be very squishy. So if you want to be comfortable running T17s, you're going to want to pick up the Forbidden Flame Flesh Jewels and a Progenesis, and that's also a lot of money. So to answer your question, if you want to do T17s and do them super comfortably and do them juiced, you're going to want... It's expensive. It's like 250 divine investment. Easy. Yeah. I never try to tell people that my build is like designed around being a T17 build or an Uber Pinnacle boss build. It can do all that stuff. You just have to invest a lot of currency into it. Staff versus two-handed sword that huge? It's because we go for the block chance and we go for It's because we go for block chance on these nodes and whatnot, maximize block, and we play Shockwave.
Greetings.
It wasn't like super expensive in 3.26. The double annoying helmet was like, I forget, Japoni would know the numbers, but I think it was like 30 divine on average to buy all the bases and roll and mythic orb them and get a shot at it. It was definitely not the most expensive item in the build, but it was like, I think on average anywhere from like 25 to 30 divine to buy up all the bases, anoint them, corrupt them, and then take the bricked rares and try to mythic or them into Abyssus. That was about the average.
Hello.
Yeah, with enough currency in this game, most skills can do endgame content. There's just obviously builds that scale well better, scale a lot better, much faster to do it. Let's see here. What Atlas strat you recommend for this build? I'm going to start out with Blight and Ritual, but Harvest is good, Delve is good, Essence is good. The only League mechanic I think isn't good initially on this build is Legion, because we don't have screen-wide clear. And so, it's not the best for that. Can you get Retaliate from blocking while using Cyclone, or doesn't work that way? I'm pretty sure most Retaliate skills that require you to block need a shield, right? I'd have to look at a Retaliation gem. But I'm pretty sure it doesn't Retaliate use a shield. I'd have to look at the actual skill. What's up, chat? So hyped for tomorrow? I know, Reeve, so am I. My plan is to switch to Cold Smite Slayer for the huge scaling they enjoy. Yeah, and that's like perfectly understandable. Like you do a league start scenario, and then when you're ready to juice the damage up for endgame, you can swap over to a build that's more designed for that. What defines a league starter, right? I think there's confusion on what a league starter is. A league starter, to me, is a build that you can play with no trade, no economy, little investment, and it can get you your Void Stones, Atlas progression, and farm and T16s. That to me is a league starter, and something that if you play efficiently, you can do that within like 2 or 3 days. So basically league launch weekend. That to me is what a league starter is. I think some people think a league starter is a build that should be able to do like juice T17s by day 3, and I'm like, that's not really what a league starter is. There are builds that can do that. There's not many of them. And there will be builds that people that swap to once they get currency and buy items that are far better at doing that stuff instead. So yeah, I think like league starting to me is like you roll one build, you do your league start scenario, you gain up a bunch of currency, and then you transition into something else, or you roll another character for another build. That's typically what like an experienced PoE player does. Unless there's something incredibly broken that you can play right from the campaign, and then you just take it all the way to Uber bosses. And sometimes there's skills like that, but a lot of time there isn't. Like in 3.26, once again, Frost was the OP skill, and a lot of people needed to get the amulet to make that work. So not really a league start situation on day one. Decided to start Exsanguinate Reap Miner this time around. That sounds fun. Yeah, you could probably fit Retaliation to the build. I would say that you're gonna be a little socket starved. So I'd probably drop General's Cry and run like Retaliation if you wanted to do something like that. It could be a vibe though, for sure. I like the General's Cry because your minions just auto summon themselves and do the damage without you really having to do anything. But if you want to play like more of an active play style, especially since we scale high block on this build, yeah, you could like do Retaliation as your second skill link, And then just like as soon as you block, you can use your Retaliate skill. I simply enjoy mind builds and want to do a variety of content. See, like, you know what you like and you play what you like. That's what this game is about, You gotta play what you think is you're gonna have the most fun doing. Or that's how you should play this game. I mean, it's going to be a nice buff. I don't think it's game defining, right? I don't think it's going to shift the meta and suddenly everyone's playing Cyclone. I think the damage will be noticeable if you played a lot of Cyclone. But like Cyclone's already in a pretty good spot, like as a league start. So I don't know. It'll be noticeable, but I don't think it's gonna be like OP. It's not gonna make everyone play Cyclone. How do I do freeze immunity? So I take the Pantheon for freeze immunity early on, or I'm sorry, I roll a freeze immunity flask early on, and then I get the Pantheon, and then eventually we use Storm Shroud for elemental ailment immunity. Once you have the money for it. Yeah, like I said, it's going to be a nice little bump to the build. It's not going to like redefine the meta for this game. I think it's kind of easy to farm T16 Alk and Go on this build on a budget. I've been doing T16 Alk and Goes on my SSF test characters the last week with no issue. So I leveled up 2 SSF characters, and I was doing Alk and Go maps in T16s. In private leagues I made two I made 2 SSF private leagues in the last 2 weeks, leveled up 2 separate characters, you know, one once and the other second time. And yeah, I was doing Alk and Go on them, no issue. Yeah, the Spectral Throw buff will be nice for Act 1 for sure. Should I save Alira? I recommend in the guide to save Alira and then go back and kill all bandits once you're ready for the skill point. No problem, Holdings. Yeah, no problem, Dave. Yeah, I'm so ready for tomorrow. I'm gonna go to work for a few hours. I'm gonna come home. I'm gonna take like a 2-hour nap. Let's hopefully be able to squeeze in a nap, and then just go like super hard for the league. Bleed Slam also got my attention, to be fair, after I've started your build with Bleed Thunder. Yeah, I mean, Bleed is really strong. Slams are going to be really good with Breach. So, like, Slam builds are going to be super nice this league. And now that Fissure got the you know, taken out to the back and shot twice in the head, like, Earth Shatter is going to be really good. Little janky to play, but it has such good clear. At least 180 clear. Damage is fantastic. Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to kill the bosses to get the Ascendancy or get carries, right? So you're definitely going to roll the 4 Slayer Ascendancies, whether you do the new Bloodline or not. Right now, with the rework to the Oshabi, I think the Rage one's going to be very well worth testing. Potentially, we could have full stun immunity uptime from it and like 100% increased attack speed and... I forget the other thing, but it looks really promising. Yeah, I didn't really look too much at the kinetic rain stuff. Wonder if it'd be easier to kill Maryville with Spectral Throw now and swap to Sundered Act 2? Possibly. The changes. Ignore enemy armor. Yeah, that's what it is. That's huge. I am kind of torn between your Cyclone build and Exsanguate Reap Mines. I can't hop across that, really? What is with this game? Thanks Dave and Fappuccino and the Bird for follows, much appreciated. I am liking the comfiness of Cyclone so much, but the movement kind of slow and Clear Spear slower. Yeah, I mean Cyclone's gonna move slower and until you get like skill movement speed and not do Cyclone of Tumult if you want, it's gonna be slower than mine. So it just depends on what you want. Yeah, you want to swap to crit. Like, I tend to try to swap to crit right around the end of Act 10 going into maps. Feels like the good time to do it. How are they different? Level 95 loadout and level 95 PDR. So if you look at my new POB cable guy right here, I actually renamed it Non-Abyssus. But the level 95 Non-Abyssus tree doesn't use the Abyssus helm, so it has some extra max fizz hit here. Whereas the regular level 95 tree uses Abyssus, but we're a little squishier to fizz hits. We do a lot more damage. Abyssus, we have like 21 million damage on this tree. If you don't use Abyssus, you're going to be tankier. You're going to do like 1/3 less damage though. So it just depends on the trade-off. Do you want to do more damage and be a little bit more mindful of how you play the game in terms of fizz hit? Or, you know, I'm personally going to run the helm. It just depends on what you want to do. But I provide the non-Abyssus tree here for people that want to play around with it. In order to make the swap to crit, Dave, you need to be as close to hit cap as possible. So I'll go back to the POB again. So when I recommend to make the swap to crit, I recommend picking up this cluster right here, Eagle Eye with this accuracy, as well as running precision in your gem sock. This will get you close to 100%, if not cap you on 100% hit. And then you're going to start to pick up, as you spec from your 70s onwards, you'll start to pick up like the crit clusters and things here to scale out the damage. When you're playing my build, you're going to use Cyclone of Tumult, and your speed gets capped by these boots that we use. So your movement speed will be faster than it'll be a little bit. You're basically going to be a little bit slower than using a Quicksilver Flask, but faster than regular movement speed is the best way to describe it. You can play a regular Cyclone gem instead of Cyclone of Tumult and not use the Stampede boots, and you can go a lot faster. But Cyclone of Tumult gives us more AoE and more damage than regular Cyclone. So again, it's a trade-off. Do you want to be a lot faster but have less AoE and damage, or do you want to be a little bit slower but have better AoE and more damage? It just depends. Yeah, the most important thing is being hit capped when you want to play crit. Only 4 leagues into PoE, that's kind of like you're still getting an education. Yeah, no problem, Dave. No problemo. Cable guy, if you want the latest POB, it's just the POB command. So this right here. I should just I should just add a build command in there that also puts in the POB. Got it, Dave. If you want to play the fastest version of this build, you're going to want to play regular Cyclone and get like Tailwind boots and stack movement speed. You'll have less damage in AoE, but you'll be a lot faster, would be my recommendation. Did you see the other 2 Cyclone videos? I've seen quite a few Cyclone videos in the last like day or two. They're very similar to my build. But I mean, there's not many ways that you can really play physical, impale, crit, Cyclone, Shockwave. I told people earlier, like my take on the build, my contribution I think was scaling block and doing what I did with certain items. which didn't really exist in anyone's POBs before I introduced it back in Settlers League. So it's interesting that that's what everyone's doing now, but yeah. Is there a command for the weapon craft video? If not, that might be good also. I don't have one niche, but I'm thinking about, I'll be making like a new crafting video based on what the best way, hopefully, to do it in 3.27 is. Might involve the tree mechanic. And then, if that's the case, I'll probably be making a new video, but I could create a link for it. Can we use Transfig Frostblink? Yes. What do you think about starting Ritual right away on Atlas Tree? I thought about also Essence and Expedition. I'm going Blight Ritual myself, and I might squeeze some Essences in there, so it's all good. Expedition's great for self-crafting, and raw crafting's really good for sales on the first few days. Yeah, I saw one of them tagged me in the description. I did appreciate that. Is this better than going the Elemental route? I think the Elemental route's fine, but my build is based around the left side of the tree and going block and shockwave and crit and all of that. I mean, you can go crit on the right side, but it's mostly about the block and playing staffs with shockwave. Yeah, I normally just use regular Frostblink, and then when you get the Stampede boots, the regular Stampede boots, it increases your cooldown recovery of your travel skills quite a lot. So your Frostblink will be rapid. It'll be rapidly off CD. It's pretty good. Okay, Login, I like your build and vibe and how comfy this looks. It is very comfy as a league starter. Like, you know, it's not bad. A little nervous about the chaos damage there. Okay. Boss is a little scary with the chaos damage, but... which gems should we quality first? You're going to want to quality Assassin's Mark first, because that's going to give you better uptime on power charges when you're doing single target. We do use block chance tattoos in my POB, Dave, for the endgame tree. I don't put them on the level 95 trees, because those tattoos are pretty expensive. They're like usually 1 to 3 or 4 or 5 divine, depending on the market. And you're going to need like a lot of them on your tree. So I put them on the Giga endgame build to max out our block, but I don't put them on the other trees. Yes, this build can do all content with enough investment. I streamed it in 3.26. Including General's Cry in the build just gives us a lot more damage, especially on single target. It just makes us do a lot more damage. The clones, they carry the build quite a bit. I mean, the damage breakdown is like 50-50 between Cyclone and General's Cry. But that extra damage they do is really nice. Ooh, that bleed almost got us there. With suckage for damage while moving, I don't want to stop and hit, yeah. looking at chat, not paying attention to what's going on the screen. That's not good. Let's not do that. Yeah, the biggest contribution to your damage is your weapon on a melee build, so you always want to be prioritizing your weapon. It currently doesn't have any kind of explosions. Something you can consider doing is you can craft a chest that has the explosion mod on it. You can also run the flask that does explosions too. So, yeah, I would probably say, and I'm thinking about doing this myself. I might try playing with the explosion flasks, because I typically go for a chest that has the stun immunity and mana cost reduction. However, since we have the Oshabi Ascendancy, and I might run that, and that gives us stun immunity, I might actually use a chest that has explosions on it this league, and do that, and that will kind of line up better for Breach content. I usually don't recommend a Rise Lotha, honestly. If you have the money to get one, it's fine, but eventually you just want like a good crafted belt in that slot with life and resistances. But I mean, obviously it's more damage if you use one. Whoa. Hello. I don't like it has no block though, so kind of put that here, but we're probably not going to use it. Wrong base. Here for the Cyclone build for 3.27, you have a very soothing voice. 1,000 hours on PoE 2 now. I'm very excited to play my second PoE 1 league. Glad to hear it, Bird. Thank you. Yeah, basically, like what you're trying to purchase, like on the first few days, especially like me personally on day 1, even if I have the currency, but definitely by day 2, I'll have Stampede, I'll have a Rumi's Flask, and I'll have Cyclone of Tumult. That's my priority in terms of like purchasing things. And then after that, I'm usually aiming for the next big upgrade for quality of life is getting a Storm Shroud for the Elemental Ailment immunity. That's typically what I go for. So the thing about playing Cyclone is you don't want to be playing Cyclone with high mana costs. You want Cyclone to be as cheap as possible. So if you look at my POB, which we can do right now, let's just look at the level 95 tree again. You're going to see the mana cost is 3 on my Cyclone. We only have 72 mana. When my Assassin's Mark triggers, that uses... Assassin's Mark uses 62 mana. So when our Assassin Mark triggers, we go down to 10 mana, right? We do have Mana Leech and stuff like that, but like if you start speccing points, and this is considering that I have both of the channeling reductions on my rings here. Say I just drop like these points right here. Our Cyclone now costs 11 mana. So when our Assassin's Mark triggers, we actually don't have the mana to cast Cyclone. If there's like a mob nearby, like the degen mana mob, and we happen to be not in its inner circle, then we just can't do anything at all. So I try to essentially, I want my mana cost on Cyclone to be as low as possible so that it has full uptime. I never want to be in a situation where I can't spin. So we take Spirit of War because it gives us Leech. This is obviously the better of the two. It gives us Leech, but it also, you know, we pick up this Master here for the reservation. But the other problem is, like, I just don't want to have a high cost because Assassin's Mark takes almost all of our mana when it triggers. I don't have gem setups to be able to run life tap because we're socket starved. Our cast when damage taken doesn't take quite as much mana as Assassin's Mark, but it does take 20, so like, you know, I think it's worth the point investment. I do like that Ruse saved me 2 points by not going here or here and doubling up on the benchcraft for the mana cost on the rings, but I think I would be hard-pressed to see someone try to argue me why this is a good play and have our mana cost 11. Even with Leech, I don't want to have my Molten Shell pop off right next to my Assassin's Mark. I have no mana, I can't spin, and there's like 3 dangerous mobs near me. So I'm not leeching. Yeah. I still have my filters from 3.26. I haven't checked to see if filter blades updated for 3.27. I think he said it would be a few hours before the league tomorrow. But I do want to make new filters. For sure. Oh, thanks, Dave. I appreciate it. Okay. Yeah. You might just want to pick up like any roomies you can get initially, you know, like a cheap one. But eventually you do want to have a roomies that has like the best rolls possible, because it's going to be like pretty impactful on you hitting that 65% attack and spell block. So a really well rolled roomies is something that you do want to prioritize at some point, but I don't know if I would necessarily prioritize that over like other gear right off the bat. This guy's kind of terrifying. We need to go run our next lab soon so I can get coal. Freaking Soul Eater, dude. I hate this mod so much. Is there a leveling filter in mid-game, by the way? I don't really have leveling filters yet. I just have, like, for when you get to maps, essentially. Basically, it's the never sync filters for leveling. They're not really customized for Cyclone. I was thinking about making some before launch tomorrow. I'm just waiting for Filter Blade to update. No, eventually once you have the tattoos and you're doing all that on your tree, you don't need a roomies anymore. At that point, you're running a Mage Blood, and you like I would tattoo, move away from roomies. Eventually, if you're still playing the build and you want to sink a ton of currency into it, you pick up a Mage Blood, you get your flash situated, and you wouldn't be running a roomies at that point. When you feel like you start dying too much, yeah. Yeah, I usually don't recommend tattoos until the very expensive tree in the build, because those tattoos get very expensive very quickly. And there's better ways to spend your divines and just keep using a roomies flask. Like, for instance, you're much better off, instead of spending like 20 to 40 divine, and that is what you'll spend. You'll spend like anywhere from like 15 to 35 divine on those tattoos, because you need so many of them. You're better off not buying that and saving that money towards your flame flesh jewels. Your flame flesh jewels will actually take your 65% attack and spell block with roomies up to like, you know, 88% or something, like high 80s. And then at that point you could start buying tattoos to get rid of the roomies. But you're much better off saving all those divines for jewels for that, you know, defensive purpose. Movement speed tattoos don't do anything for you if you're playing my version of the build with Cyclone of Tumult and the Stampede boots, because the Stampede boots, they cap you at a certain speed, so. A Stampede is usually not expensive. It's usually like around 1 divine, sometimes 2 divines, but they're not typically expensive. But But I mean, it also depends on what your currency situation's like when you first get to maps. Some people get a divine or like a raw divine drop right in the campaign, or they get one shortly in maps. Other people, it takes them a while to save up currency. So it just depends.
Hello.
I am muted, sorry. Thank you. I have family in the house right now that was talking. Yeah, so what I was trying to demonstrate was like this is the speed of the build basically with Cyclone of Tumult and Stampede. So you just have to decide like is this too slow for you, you know? If it's too slow for you, you can run regular Cyclone and not use the Stampede boots, and you can stack like movement speed and stuff like that. But you're not going to have this kind of AoE unless you invest into it in the tree and drop points in other ways. You basically have to change a lot with the build, but to me, like, this speed is fine, you know? It's very chill. You just zoom around and kill everything. So I don't mind it, but for some people, this is too slow, you know? But this is what your speed will look like with Stampede. And you just like mow everything down. I don't know if Twitch drops are enabled yet for like are they? I don't think they're doing Twitch drops yet for PoE, right? That's tomorrow. Yeah. So, as far as I know, I'll be able to enable drops on my stream. I was able to do it like last time, so I don't see why I wouldn't be able to. Yeah, viewer rewards, drops. Yeah, so as soon as the campaign becomes available, I'll be able to opt into it. Yeah, so drops will be available if you want. I can blink between enemies and then spin, kill, and blink again and stuff like that if I want to go for a bit faster and in the mood for it. Yeah, you can. Yeah, so drops will be on tomorrow when I'm streaming. But yeah, just so you understand, this is the speed of the build here. This is basically, you know, how it works. And I don't even think I have a T17 left. Oh, I do. Let's see. Players are marked for death, meteor with flash, hexproof. I don't like the less AoE on these. So we have triple curse, crit shit, yeah, whatever. So we'll go ahead and run this thing. So if you want to see what it looks like in a T17, this is what it looks like in a T17. How does Desecrate work? I don't feel different at boss while using. Desecrate puts corpses on the ground so that when there's not bodies nearby, there's corpses for your General's Cry clones to summon. So yeah, this is just... Once again, keep in mind, this is a heavily invested character, right? It has a Mage Blood, it has a Progenesis, it has an insane staff, right? This is like after you've been playing the League for several weeks and you invested a ton of money in the build, but this would be you mapping a T17 essentially. You just go around and kill everything. And this is where I was talking about, like, if you want to make T17 super chill, you can do it with Cyclone. It costs a lot of money. I'm not trying to hide that fact. So it just depends on, like, what is the kind of investment that you want to put into the build. But yes, you can do this kind of stuff, you know. Then we can go fight the boss. So this is where I put Desecrate down because we're, you know, we have our single target. Then we go do boss. That's boss. Headhunter or Mageblood? I use Mageblood on when I prefer Mageblood over Headhunter. If you just want to do like T16 mapping and stuff, even like maybe T17 mapping, a Headhunter is probably fine. But I typically go for the Mageblood because I think it solves a lot of problems, right? Like our Mageblood helps us solve armor, our crit. It helps us scale a ton of resistances, which is, you know, gets hard on this build once you're using lots of uniques. It gives us our Void Shock to enable Storm Shroud, which we know we get over 100% on this flask because it's Mage Blood. So we have the 70% increased effect. I think I actually run 1 Jewel for Shock. I can't remember. I think this works out to where this gives me what I need. And then, yeah, so it's... Yeah, for Legion you want full screen clear. But if anyone's wondering what it looks like doing a T17 in terms of like speed and stuff, this is T17 right here, right? If you want to play Cyclone of Tumult and Stampede, this is as fast as you're going to go through a T17. But it's like super chill. Once again, a lot of money went into this version of the build that you're seeing right here to make it this cozy, right? But I mean, you know, I played this character for like almost 2 months in 3.26, so this is the culmination of a league's worth of efforts. Now, I don't like using Leap Slam a lot. simply because it stops the stacks of tumult. So you'll notice that like you can just like tumult around like this, and the damage is even good enough with just one stack of tumult, you know? And you can leap slam around if you want to also. But I like to keep my full stacks of tumult usually, and then I just frostblink if I need to move. That's just a personal preference. And then obviously when you're max stacks of Cyclone, you're just doing your most damage. So that's pretty much the build in its fully evolved, you know, ascended state, I guess you could say. What's up, Jinja? Alright, so I'm gonna go back to the HC character. Yeah, I mean, you've got Frostblink, you can use that quite frequently. You know, yeah. But also, you don't have to use Stampede and Cyclone of Tumult. You could run that same character that I showed you with a regular Cyclone gem. You could run a Quicksilver Flask on your Mage Blood setup to scale a lot of movement speed. You could run Tailwind Boots with all the stuff on it, and you'd be like zooming around the map. So you can do a much faster version of it. I just like Cyclone of Tumult. So if you want to play Cyclone of Tumult, you almost always have to use Stampede. I make the swap to Cyclone of Tumult as soon as I can. You have to have the Stampede boots, so I prioritize using my first currency on getting those, and then I make the swap over to Tumult as soon as I have those. I try to get the gem from running my own labs while I'm leveling the campaign. If I don't, it doesn't matter. I'll just buy it on trade because no one's, you know, the vast majority of players aren't playing Cyclone of Tumult, so. I was thinking about adding a speed version tonight, Apollo. Somebody made a speed version for me. Oh, excuse me. I was thinking about adding a speed version, like a level 95 T16 blaster version, right? That just uses regular Cyclone and scales more movement speed. And it would be more designed around just like blasting T16 maps and stuff like that. Sorry if this has been asked already. What's the change on the Ashabi bloodline? Do you think we can consider speccing into it along Slayer? I think the Ashabi bloodline looks really promising now. It gives us stun immunity, a ton of attack speed, as well as we ignore all enemies' physical armor reduction. The question is like the rage generation. How do we get the uptime on it to be... I think it's 100% increased damage, attack speed, all that stuff that I said. But like, the question is like managing the rage generation so that we always have it, essentially. Figuring that out. So it's definitely something I want to test with the league. What's the damage difference between Tumult and regular? Let's see. We can just look at POB. To give you, like, I guess, the best answer possible. So the damage difference here is... So say we're looking at the level 95 tree again. It says we're doing like 5.4 million Cyclone of Tumult damage. If I was to put in a regular Cyclone, that is 2120 like the Tumult. Disable this. We're doing like 4 point, or sorry, that's not the Cyclone. We're doing 3.6. So regular Cyclone gives us 3.6 base damage. Cyclone of Tumult gives us 5.4, so we lose almost 2 million damage going regular Cyclone. Our overall damage is 21 on this setup. If we go regular Cyclone, it's 18. So we lose almost 3 million damage. That becomes obviously more personified when you're running the higher version of the build, right? So if you're running like the Giga Endgame Blaster, you know, we're getting like almost 15 million damage from Cyclone of Tumult. If we run a regular Cyclone, we're now doing like 9 million damage, right? So we lose like almost 6 million damage, you know, at a higher level of investment. So it just depends. These are insane damage numbers at this point. I do think, you know, it's relatively the same here, but it is a chunk of damage, right? It's not like you're doing half the damage. So 18 million damage versus 21 million damage is pretty like within the same thing, right? So it's like you're killing the same stuff, or you're doing the same kind of content in the game around that damage range anyways. So yeah. Thanks for the answer. I've always liked the rage mechanic. Definitely going to try something around it. Yeah, I'm going to play around with the new Ashabi bloodline. I'm just not sure how I'm going to do it until I start playing with it.
We do for love.
Why is my desktop 21.9 but we're in game it's slightly off? What do you mean it's slightly off? Like when I swap over to POV? I think you mean like when I was swapping to my other, oh I see, like the borders. I don't know why. Hold on. It looks like the game isn't fully fitting to screen. That might be an OBS thing. Hold on. I think it's maybe the game itself. That is weird, huh? Yeah, it's not doing it on my other screens. That's weird, huh? I'm not sure. Let's try this. Yeah, it's interesting, huh? I can stretch it, but I feel like that's gonna look weird, huh? That feels slightly off now. Huh, that's weird. I'm not sure why it's doing borders right now. Options. Windowed. So that's interesting. Revert. Yep. Full screen. I am not sure why it's doing that. So it puts the board. So I actually see. So this is the interesting thing. I actually see the borders when I go full windowed, and then when I go windowed full screen, it removes the borders on my display, but it keeps the borders in OBS. So that is interesting for sure. I could try something else. We could do game capture instead of window capture here. Let's see if this works. Alright, I think that fixed it. Looks like. So I'll tell you a funny story about the why I was doing window capture in a minute. Well, see, it still does it with the borders. That's weird, huh? I was running the window capture because when I was trying to do stuff with PoE2, it wouldn't work properly with my old stream client. I'm honestly not sure how to get it to go back. It's so weird that it's the game itself. Maybe if I go full screen. Nope, even full screen it does it. Is Cyclone going to be strong, or the buff was very minor? The buff was, like, nice, but it's not going to make it a meta build, if that's what you're asking. Very interesting that I can't change any of these settings. Doesn't let me change my Windows resolution. That's also weird. Let me just try restarting the game real quick and see what happens. I'll get to the next zone. Maybe I just gotta restart the client or the game itself. Alright, I am gonna just try restarting the game and see what happens. Nope, it's still there. It's very weird. I think I might. Well, I don't think this would have an issue, but let's see. Interesting. This is funny. Change the size in OBS. I'm trying. Yeah, I don't think I can get rid of those borders right now. I'm not sure why they're there. It's kind of annoying. It's very weird. Yeah, I don't know how to get rid of those borders. I keep trying to adjust the, I keep trying to adjust settings in OBS, but it doesn't want to remove those borders. It's treating the overall... It might just be this scene. So it could be that, like, if I do this real quick, let me copy this element. If I stick it in the POB one right here. Yeah, see, even if I move it over, it treats the game capture smaller than the actual field. It's very interesting. I think I'm going to start in a trade league anyway. What would you recommend to buy early before prices go up? Perhaps block tattoos? I still wouldn't recommend block tattoos. As like, you want to spend your currency on other stuff first. The flame flesh jewels would be the most important things to get early before the prices on those go up. You'd want to get the flame and flesh jewels for the lucky block before you do anything else if you're concerned about items gaining in inflation. Oh, it did have the black borders? I just didn't notice it? Okay, well, I guess that's normal then. Yeah, Hector, I've gone over priorities in the POB in the past, but essentially that's actually a good thing to add to the notes section. So I guess we could do that real quick. Priorities for what items should I prioritize? So first you're going to want to get a roomies. Then you're going to want to get the stampede. Preferably regular. Replica doesn't increase cooldown recovery of travel skills. Then you're going to want to get the next big item after that, honestly, if we're looking at the level 95 tree, would probably be a Storm Shroud for just elemental ailment immunity. So yeah, you want to get your Rumi's Concoction, then you want to go for a Stampede. This lets us use Cyclone of Tumult. Then you want to get a Storm Shroud, also get 2 Abyss Jewels with 50% Avoid Shock, and socket one in your belt, other on passive tree to activate the jewel. And then after that, I would probably pick up the Abyssus. Abyssus if you want to use. Then I would go for the Flame, Flesh, Jewels for, what is the name of that ascendancy again? More than skill. This gives us lucky block. After you get your Flame Flesh Jewels, the next like unique item I'd recommend getting is probably Progenesis. Staggers. Large hits for 4 seconds. And then finally a Mage Blood. That's like basically the order of stuff I would get. So these first items right here won't be that expensive, right? This is going to be something that almost most players can do. These last 3 items are where you're at this point you decided you're going all in the build to do like T17s and like Ubers. So I would put like build enabling quality of life. If you're, I'll just put here like going all the way for T17/Ubers. Expensive. So, oh, I need to put Abyssus under the other column, or other category, I should say. So I guess hopefully that answers your question. These are the things you would go for first, and then this is like essentially I've decided I'm playing this build all the way through, and I'm going for these things. Is there any other T17 equals divorce mode? Yeah. Are there any other questions you think that would be useful in the FAQ here on the build? No problem, Joker. Got any recommendations for a second anoint before Whispers of, I think you mean Whispers of Doom? I do, I have it in the POB. So if you look at the level 90 tree, we're not, oh, we are using Whispers of Doom in the level 90 tree, so I just go all in on it. Yeah, so I do. Content to do in the FAQ, yeah. So there's 2 really good ones. The one I actually think is the best is up here. It's called Serpent Stance. You get 40% increased global crit chance, you get global 30% global crit multi, and you also get 5% chance to block attack damage if you dealt a crit recently. So we scale our defense and a lot of offense. The other really nice one is Titanic Impact over here, wherever it is. It's right here. This is just a flat 45% crit multi with 2 hand weapons. I recommend these 2 because they're cheap. Honestly, I think I would probably do Serpent Stance. So we can put that in the notes. What anoint should I do before Whispers of Doom on the Stampede? Serpent Stance. Oh, you know what? If we really want to do content, we can go see if the Atlas trees have been updated for 3.27. They have. So we can update these links. On-screen celebration used 40 bits. Oh wow, thank you guys. Thank you, thank you. Thanks Thug for the follow. Thanks Joger and NF for the follows. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for doing a full deep guide and all the testing. Appreciate it. Yeah, no problem. Right now I'm just updating the trees in here actually. Yeah, basically nothing's changed on these. It looks like when they updated to 3.27, there was like one point that went missing on all these, so I'm just tweaking that. Cool. So that one's all updated. Let's fix the blight tree real quick. I have a feeling that's going to need to be fixed. Maybe. Actually, I don't see what changed on this tree in particular. Ah, there it is. This is the super exciting side of providing a build guide. Super exciting. Alright, and this should be the last one here. Beautiful, beautiful. Can you guys think of any other useful questions that people might have? Exclusive content, yeah. Any other questions you think might be useful to add? We've got when to swap to crit, how do we handle mana, how do we become stun immune, why are we using the weapon we use, what items should we prioritize? Oh, yeah, I was muted again. Thanks. I have a lot of background noise going on right now, so I've been muting my mic. Yeah, Reeves. So I was saying that I think for Timeless Jewel, that's gonna be a little too hard to to explain with words. I think I'll probably record a video, and then I might have a section in the notes that's like, how do I make my Timeless Jewel? How do I craft my staff? How do I make my chest? And then I'll have links to those videos that I put on YouTube in the notes section, kind of like a little video library section. Oh, no problem. No problem, Ian. But yeah, I think I'm going to have to do videos for that kind of stuff, and then I can maybe just put links in the notes section to the videos for people to watch. Alright, I think that's good for now. What am I doing here? Oh, yeah. Act 8 is my, yeah, like if we do like a cluster, for instance, like I have in the POB now, like how do you craft the cluster? I'm gonna probably buy my cluster. I don't really want to craft a cluster. I think like for like your staff and your chest, I think it's probably more cost efficient. It's probably cost efficient to craft your cluster too. If I decide to do it, I'll make a video on it. I don't know how expensive that cluster jewel is going to be. It's probably going to be pretty pricey. That might be like something we actually want to add to the items to buy, would be like your cluster jewel. Yeah, just spam alts. Spam alts, you basically alt aug, right? Regal, pray, and then slam an X. Like a true crafter. Crafting vulnerability ring would be another good one. So like all these items, if I craft them on stream, I will make a video with Craft of Exile explaining the process for it, and then post it on the channel. And then we'll eventually have a bunch of videos for these different things, which hopefully might help people. Nice, now you have a new goal, craft all the build items this league. Oh my gosh, dude. I'm much more of a farm currency and buy what I need for a lot of stuff, but yeah, like I bought a lot of my items. I always craft the weapon because the weapon is I'm looking for specific things. It might be why I craft the chest this time, because I'm looking for specific base with specific stats and mod rolls and stuff, and it's a lot more better to control that myself. And the price will be cheaper probably if I craft it. I feel like with something like the cluster jewels, there's going to be several cluster jewels that are exactly the same for what I'm looking for, so it might just be worthwhile buying the jewel versus like a weapon or a chest where I'm using influences or shaper orbs and I'm looking for specific mods and specific things on a specific base. So yeah. Yeah, I think I'm also a very visual person. Like, it's far better for me to learn it in a video. Like, I understand when I read somebody's like, do this, slam this, you know, prefix, scour this, whatever. Like, I understand it, but I'm also a very visual person myself, so I feel that. But like, I don't know, it's not like, yeah, to me crafting like clusters is just like, you know, usually spamming a shit ton of alts and then praying that you hit something. I know someone that created like a script for it where they basically just, you know, did the whole like spammed the currency with an auto clicker essentially, and the script stopped once they hit the things they were looking for because they were going through thousands of alts. Always go the wrong way here. Baited. Probably go do second lab soon. I want to get some more HP on the character though. We need like, I'd like to have 400 to 500 more HP at this point. I've been going pretty heavy into offense on the tree for a little bit, so I'll probably go pick up some extra life nodes. Although there's not that much more life to grab, to be fair. I guess I could come up here and start grabbing devotion. My gear is kind of shit on this character right now. First time ever I took 2 days off after weekend, gonna be blasting 4 days straight. I was gonna take tomorrow off, but I got heavily asked to come into work for a couple hours in the morning. So my plan was originally like, I was gonna wake up early tomorrow, do a bunch of stuff that I take care of stuff so I'm free for the weekend, and then take a big nap before the league launch. Now I gotta go to work for a couple hours, drive home. I might, if I'm lucky, I might be able to take a 2-hour nap before league launch, but I'm probably not even gonna be able to take a nap. So I'm just gonna like be extremely tired. But I wanted to play like hard tomorrow, going all the way into Saturday morning. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that now, unfortunately. Oh, nice. And then I was going to take Monday off. And I also got kind of like I want to be a team player at work right now, and we have a lot going on. So Monday, it's like really important for me to be at work. So basically, I got to go in for a little bit tomorrow. Didn't get my day off tomorrow, and then I want to take a day off Monday, but I feel really bad about leaving people hanging. So now I got to go on Monday. So my 4-day weekend had turned into a 3-day weekend, has turned into a 2.5-day weekend. Glad I'm retired. My dad wanted me to go fishing the Tampa Bay Gulf, but he has a Halloween party. Yeah, I've got like probably another 30 years before I retire, so we'll see how that goes. I'll probably see if I even make it to retirement. Oh, it starts for you at 4 a.m., Papa? So yeah, just go to bed super early and wake up in the middle of the night. Easy. Reeve, 9 p.m. league start here, but tomorrow's also off, so nap is a plan. Yeah, I feel that. We're also at a point where I think it's time to craft a new staff. We need a new weapon now. It's block spell damage, which isn't really what I want, but if that has the right unveils on it. Nope, not at all. Okay. I'm 100% through the VA, actually. Oh, I got you, Brownie. Yeah, my percent rating's only 60 right now, but I just separated from the military. I'm working on the appeals right now to see how close I can get to 100%. So I've been joking around at work that if I hit 100% this year, I'm just gonna go like get a side job and just, you know. But I like my work. I like what I do right now. I'm very fortunate to have the job I do, and my work's important, so it's also very fulfilling. League starts your birthday? Hey, congratulations, Reeve. Yeah, PoE community is like super dedicated, for sure.
Tell me something. Any chance you might be willing to join forces and turn a healthy profit with old Hagen?
I'm on R&R, so lots of time pending family stuffs. I got you, Ginger. Yeah, this league just happens to be like this league is happening around an incredibly busy time for me at work right now, so I could have just been a dirtbag and not gone into work tomorrow and not gone into work on Monday, but it would have been like really not the team player thing to do, and there's some important stuff going on, so I feel like I shouldn't leave my teammates hanging. That'd be kind of a very selfish thing to do. Oh, just league start is better than your birthday? That's funny. Alright, let's see if I can make a better weapon. Nah, in the end, it's just the games. You gotta do what you gotta do. That's funny. League start is on my birthday, so full evening with family. Not much for PoE, unfortunately. Gotcha. Gaming. Yeah. Well, a lot of people are doing Halloween stuff tomorrow, too. Like, especially if you have kids and stuff. It's just not ideal league start because of the holiday. So, it is what it is, right?
Bring me back something nice.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
I really don't like this base. It's no block. Can't really use that. I should say I don't want to use that. So we'll just, if I complete this quest, I think vendor refreshes, right? No?
You're right.
Or do I actually have to level too? I don't know, it's so weird.
Bring me back.
Quest complete, maybe now it does it? No, alright.
Back something nicer.
Trying to think. Maybe I could false this gamble for staff.
Ahoy there. I'd consider that a win.
185 is not bad. No open prefix though for increased fizz. That's unfortunate. Do I blow another 4,000 gold? I think I do. I think we do.
Oh, no.
So this is just an incredibly high base. Yeah, it's an Ezomite staff. I mean, if I throw increased fizz on there, that's pretty good. And then we just pick up the extra intellect here. We'll be 60 in a level. We can work with this easily. We can quality that up. Okay. And I can move these gems around. We can move our Cyclone into our glove setup. So we got a staff squared away. Just got to level real quick.
Good luck to you.
Thanks Oz and thanks Miller for the follows. Yeah. It should be pretty good once we get the increased fizz roll on here. Is that all just from the base? The base is just 192. I'm not getting any damage scaling. I might be worth scouring and alking this thing and see if I just get something better. Just a decent base. Might Chaos Orb this. Okay, I got it. Ooh, we got attack speed and we got. Oh, dang, we're full on prefixes. That sucks. Could try something dumb here. We could do like. Oh, you know what? I can do vendor recipe, Og, and Regal. What am I thinking? Why am I making this difficult? Let's just go town. So happy I found your Cyclone League starter. Finally spin to win. I hope you have fun with it, gaming. Thanks, Fame, for the follow. Yeah, let's grab a rustic sash. What am I thinking? We can just put guaranteed fizz on here.
Watch yourself.
With whetstone, and then we can Og. Hopefully hit something good with Og. That's 246 increased fizz damage.
Can't do anything.
Then Og it. That's garbage. Regal it. 36 intelligence is actually really nice. That's we spec into intelligence to equip it, and then we unspec it once we have the weapon because it gives us the intelligence. So now I can just roll craft a flat fizz on here. Be pretty good damage upgrade from what we're using. I'm gonna go full axe on it. 344 DPS, not a bad weapon for getting us through the rest of the campaign. That's 200 more physical damage pretty much. Yeah, this is 282. And this is 291 actually. Huh. Interesting. Total DPS. I'm looking at the wrong thing. That's not physical DPS. Yeah, this is a much, much better weapon. So your plan for the weekend is to prep food, go gym, nap, and no life. Yeah, I think my plan is I'm going to wake up. I'm going to go to work. I'm going to come home. I'm going to try to take a 2-hour nap if I get home early enough, and then I'm just going to game. I won't be going to the gym in the morning because I'm going to try to sleep right until when I wake up so I get as much sleep as possible in case I don't get a nap in. Alright, let's go level real quick and equip our new weapon. That sounds like a plan. You always sleep until you wake up? Yeah. That's funny. Uh-huh. No, I have a pretty bad eye condition from when I was in the military, and it prevents me from getting a lot of sleep. I only sleep about 4.5 hours to 5 hours typically. And my eyes get really, really sore if I've been up too long. So I wanted to take a really long nap before league start tomorrow so I could go well into the evening, into Saturday, but if I don't get any rest tomorrow during the day, I probably won't be able to stay up as late as I want to tomorrow night. Oh, I'm just killing minions here. Gym in the afternoon is definite pre-league, but I might have to take my son trick-or-treating for break, yeah. I was in the Air Force. For almost 8 glorious years.
Valerie!
15 years in the Army, yeah. 15 years in the Army is like doing 40 years in the Air Force. That's rough. Hegemony is important for after Uber Lab. I've been considering taking that out of the POB. I feel like you can just craft a better staff. Ever since the quality update, I feel like you can just make a better staff. I just have hegemomies in there because it's like a pretty common, it's a pretty common like unique, and it's usually not that expensive to get if you just don't have a decent weapon. But you can easily just probably craft a better weapon yourself. I have to jam in 8 hours of play, then go to Metallica, be good, but truth be told, I'd rather be a sweaty nerd for 20 hours straight instead. Yeah, I got like an invite to go to a Halloween party tomorrow, and I was like, I got other plans, sorry. I'm gonna be a nerd. I'm a USMC brat, whole family except me, I'm the disappointment. Oh yeah, you're the one, huh? You are the one. I was a linguist for the latter part, never used the language once. That's funny. Did they pay you the extra money for... I know like in the Air Force, if you know other languages... I guess if your job was a linguist, but... I know like in the Air Force, if you just know other languages that they can tap you for at any given time, they'll pay you extra money. Like you get a little extra every month in your paycheck. What am I doing? I want staff. Alright, so we gotta move our Cyclone setup to our gloves. Easy peasy. Ooh, hold on. 1 green, 2 red, and a blue. We gotta figure this out. On a strength dex base, it should actually be chromes, I would imagine, just to hit this, but I know how my luck usually goes here. Put our Frostblink here. We can put a Blood Rage there. And then our Leap Slam faster attacks can go there. What are the odds of me hitting this? Yep, just like I thought, Chrome. Yeah, they paid me extra and I got a huge bonus for doing the training. Yeah, I figured as much. However, hitting 1 green on this, not as hard as I thought, never mind. Alright. So now we got a much better weapon. And I can actually unspec this intelligence now. We can go up here, actually.
You found them.
Alright, let's go see how our damage feels now with this Giga Staff. Tooltip is up to 2638 fizz damage, 8.9k DPS, 291 physical DPS on the staff. Can't wait to spin to win again. Been debating the last week on that or EA Ballista, but I did like EA three leagues in a row. It's kind of like me. I've been playing Cyclone for multiple leagues in a row now. I guess you just got to do whatever you think is fun, right? Or you think do whatever you think you're gonna have the most fun doing, I guess is the best way of saying it.
By the flames of the past.
Alright, we're gonna come back and do this skill point because I like to have a little bit more HP before I do this one. The Frost boss can be a little scary, especially on hardcore. Damage is feeling pretty good though. Damage is feeling pretty good. So someone was asking me about Hijonimes. This is basically a weapon that's like as good as Hijonimes now. I crafted this in Act 8. Like, so I kind of think I might take that out of the POB tonight because with the quality update, you can just like easily make a weapon that's like better than Hijonimes. Yeah, I didn't see the Cyclone build before. You might have tried it sooner. Yeah, I made the build in 3.25 when they reworked Gladiator and they introduced like the lucky block with more than skill. And I was like, I think this would be interesting with Cyclone Shockwave. This is why like I see a lot of Cyclone Shockwave builds now that have like pretty much my exact tree at endgame. Like they use the same exact items to scale block, they use the same anoint on the amulet, they use the same like Rumi's fast, like, and that didn't really exist on Cyclone builds before I made mine. Because I did it specifically for, you know, to get the Flame Flesh Jewel and use the new Gladiator Ascendancy. So that's why when I see a lot of Cyclone builds now that are doing exactly what I'm doing in the end game, I'm like, when they say it's my build, I'm like, is it your build though? But I introduced it in 3.25. I played it for like a year on Settlers. This was before like I added General's Cry to the build. And then in 3.26 I added General's Cry and it was even better. Plus we had the buffs to the gems. And now we're getting more buffs to the gems again, so yeah, it's just like crazy. Our build, yeah, we'll look at it as our build, right? That's how we'll phrase it. They changed the way quality works on bases in the game, and basically when you quality items now, you get much more value. They gave you higher bases in the game, so you can scale like armor and evasion way higher than you used to, which has kind of made determination and grace not as mandatory on builds anymore. They gave you higher rolls for things like life on gear, and then. Yeah, so like crafting a decent weapon now, like I just did, that's like 300 PBDS is super easy. You know, it would have been a lot harder a couple leagues ago to make a weapon like I just did. With the damage it has in like Act 8. Thanks, Sakata, for the follow. Do you think there's a chance Stampede will have a Foulborn version? I think they said anything that wasn't league specific, right? It has to be like a global unique drop or something, so I don't think so. Oh, hey, it's Ronaray. Hey, San, you will start League on HCSSF as well? I don't know. I've been tempted to try, like, the hardcore trade. Since, like, now your character just goes to... Like, your character just goes to trade, right? The only thing that has me a little sketched out about doing hardcore to softcore is, like, I don't want to... I don't want to lose like a lot of progression. So say I do go hardcore and I get like good Atlas progression, Void Stones and all that. I don't want to actually lose all of that if my character dies and I go to trade. I mean, I would just have to run a bunch of maps again, but it would just be annoying. Because you can like mule over a bunch of currency from your stash, but like it's your game progression, right? That might not get transferred over, and that would be really. I'm thinking about doing it though. So I'm not gonna lie to you, Ron. Like I have personally wanted to do like an SSF run since 3.25. People started watching me play in 3.26 specifically, and I asked like, do you want me to do trade or SSF? And everyone was like, oh, do trade, because you know, obviously I can make a lot of currency and scale the build quicker so people can see it, right? You know, if I'm playing SSF, I'm not the most efficient player, and like I'm not the most efficient player, and you know what some streamers can do in like 4 days in SSF might take me like 3 weeks, right? And so I was like, do people really want to watch me grind essences for a week or something? But I've wanted to play SSF, and now that hardcore characters can go to like the standard league, and not like standard, right, but to the actual current league, I'm almost like certain I'm gonna start hardcore tomorrow. I would love to do hardcore SSF. I just don't know if people would want to watch me play hardcore SSF. Maybe because it's Cyclone, so they'd be like, oh, how far can this idiot get on Cyclone in hardcore SSF? So that might be like, you know, if I listen to my chat, I would play Mega Bonk full time. I've actually never played Mega Bonk. Is Mega Bonk fun? I liked Vampire Survivors. I just never got on the Mega Bonk train. Chat will follow. I guess that's what everyone says, right? I've actually played my build. I've actually thought about playing my build in hardcore. I've actually thought about playing my build in hardcore solo self-found ruthless. I think like I think it actually would do pretty well, because like, you know how ascendancies get nerfed in ruthless. The Slayer ones get nerfed, but it's not as bad. I think the build would actually function decently enough. Why don't you use a Watcher's Eye in your build? You're missing like 4 million DPS. We use a Watcher's Eye Iggy, but we do it like in the Giga endgame build because it's super expensive, and I don't like putting a lot of super expensive items in the trees that aren't the level 100 one, because I want it to be accessible for players. So if you look at my POB, you'll see in the endgame version, I have a Watcher's Eye right here. Or where is it? Right here. So it's in the build, but like I don't want to put like really super expensive items. Like the most expensive stuff here is going to be the Storm Shroud for 5 or 10 Divine. You've got this large cluster jewel, which will be a little pricey. You've got, I mean, that's about it. Crafting your staff will be, you know, a little expensive for like a 700 PDPS staff. But I don't want like a lot of expensive items for these trees. I have all the expensive stuff in this one because most players will never invest this far into the build, but I have it here if they want to do it. With the exposure you're getting with the buff, it might be important to get your character as good as it can be as fast as possible for views for video production, if you care about that. Yeah, that's kind of like the thought process, right? Like I think people want to see Cyclone doing T17s the first week, which I can do. I've done that the last few leagues. But I have to grind a lot, trade, make the currency, buy the upgrades. And I can do that the first week and showcase that on the build. It's going to be impossible for me to do that the first week on SSF because it's SSF. I have, you know, I'll be working all next week and stuff. I can't grind. Yeah. My take on Ruthless, you play what the game decides to drop for you. That's fair. Yeah, I think hardcore would make sense, right, Ron? Like if I did a hardcore run on trade, I can still get the items, but then there's the excitement of it being on hardcore. I think the only progression you'd have to redo is just grinding maps for the Atlas, because you're not going to lose your gear. You can mule a character from the hardcore league back to the regular league. Just dump a bunch of your stash items on the character and get it killed, right? So you can do that. The only thing you lose is your Atlas progression, so maps completed, and you lose gold if they don't have a migrate function. But you can like, you can still do that stuff. It might take you like a day or two to, you know, run 100 maps again. But I don't think it's as bad as is that it's just more annoying that you might have to spend a day regrinding a bunch of stuff. If people tell me Cyclone is squishy, I'll send them to your hardcore run. Yeah. Well, we'll see about today. I'm almost done with the campaign here. And this is SSF hardcore. Thank you for that. Yeah. This is hardcore SSF, so I mean, I don't know. It feels pretty tanky in before I get one shot by something.
Practice makes perfect.
Alright, I'm gonna go to sleep. See you on League Start. See you Ryu. See you tomorrow. I will be streaming quite a bit tomorrow, obviously. Like, I think softcore is mostly for mirror tier push, which is not that good for Cyclone. And that's what I've been telling people. I heard it in your video too. You did hit on this, which I appreciate. I think all Cyclone enthusiasts know this, that, you know, this build is really great as a League starter. And you can do all content with it, but you got to put so much money into this build. And you can do it. I did it in 3.26. I was showing a T17 earlier on stream. But for the amount of money you put into Cyclone to get it to do it, you can like play just a meta build, and it would be a much more enjoyable experience. I just like Cyclone, so I push it as far as possible on softcore. But any tips for running out of mana? Yeah, to deal with mana early on, you want to do a few things. You want to get this Spirit of War for the Leech here and the mana cost reduction. And then you also want to grab Cannibalistic Rite. And then eventually you can run the craft on your rings for the mana minus mana cost of channeling. But you can see right now my Cyclone has a 2 mana cost, which is very comfortable with Leech. So I typically take these 2 mana clusters. I also grab the 5% Leech's instant very early on when I'm leveling. This makes your mana Leech feel a lot better. So you're going to take this early on, and then you're going to come down here and rush your Leech Mastery. Because this 5% makes your Leech feel really good for mana. It's funny how different our leveling trees are. You do like full run to the left. I do, Ron. And the reason I do that is I wanted my POB to be really accessible to players that really have no experience in the game. And so I wanted it to have as little changes as possible during the leveling process. So a lot of the tree, like if you look at the 47 tree here, and you look at the 58, the 68, the pathing doesn't really change that much because I really didn't want to confuse players with like a major swap with gems and a major swap with trees. I think your tree is like probably faster and, you know, better for more experienced players. But part of the concept behind this when I shared the build was like, hey, I want this to be like Pox level understanding for new players in terms of like, you know, make it as simplistic as possible to get it up and running. The other thing too about going left side of the tree is I feel like it's tankier early on too. So you're picking up you know, extra armor and life nodes. Right now I'm going to be rushing the block nodes before I even get to the end of the campaign, right? So I'm going to have some block here, and I'll go for the block here around 70. So you get to a point where, like, the end of the campaign, you feel really tanky. Yeah. Oh, I don't have, there we go. Optimal. I haven't done lab yet. I don't have coal. I haven't even done my second lab. I did that too, but at 63. Gotcha. I'm pretty much copied your POB. I want to try something new this season and doing something stupid, going Scion Cyclone. I don't think that's stupid. Well, yeah, left side is good for HC, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. Your tree looks like it'd be a much faster leveling experience. I think for like more experienced players, it makes a lot more sense going like precise, doing the right side of the tree, and then swapping later. For sure, especially when you're playing softcore and you just want to. Well, I mean, it's like the old meme, right? Like I'll use like I'll use 10 portals on Katava, right? But if I get to Katava in 3 hours versus 6 hours, those 10 portals were worth it, you know? Yeah, the spamming of emojis, yeah.
What's up?
I also play a lot slower on hardcore. I've been trying to level faster with my build. Right now it's about 6.5 hours average for me to get through the campaign. Because once again, I'm not a super efficient player. But on hardcore, I play super slow. Like, I'm like all about trying to stay alive. I guess we can go do lab now. I'd like to get coal.
Justice will prevail.
Every league, I think I'm going to finish the campaign fast, and I waste my time doing the new league mechanic too much. Yeah. We're going to be kind of forced with engaging with the new league mechanic anyways, because they have it at the beginning of Mudflats, right? If the area is blocked off, so that'll be interesting. What have I gotten myself into? Oh, you know what? I really screwed up, because I didn't take... I don't think I have the Pantheon for life last recharges. Yeah, I typically try to over-level when I play hardcore. I like to stay a few levels over the zones. Trying to get through this death trap. Look at this death trap. Yeah, that is interesting. I guess like a hardcore, even on trade, like a hardcore Cyclone run might attract viewers. People would probably be interested in seeing that. The unfortunate thing is because I'm not like very good at this game, I'll probably die to something incredibly stupid. So where like a normal person could get probably all 4 void stones done on hardcore, I'll end up like just dying, you know, in like white maps or something to an incredibly dumb thing I could have easily avoided. I do think Cyclone's in a more popular spot right now. After like 2 leagues of getting buffed, I think that people are getting interested in it, mostly as a league starter. I do think there's still this like stigma like, oh, they buffed a skill by 20%, 20 times 0 is still 0. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I feel like people have been sleeping on Cyclone Shockwave, especially with GC in there. Like, I thought it was a fantastic league starter in 3.26 if you like the gameplay, you know? Is it the fastest thing? No. Is it the most damaging thing? No, but it's fun to play. It's like RF. Like, RF doesn't do the most damage in the game. It's not the fastest thing in the game, but it's extremely comfortable to play. It's a lot tankier than this. I think this does more damage later on. Haven't seen anyone else streaming Cyclone? Yeah. What's up, Akona? Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. I probably did not, so apologies. Where is other... Probably all the way this way, right? Yeah, that would be the dream. I would like to actually get all 4 Void Stones done on a hardcore character playing Cyclone. That'd be pretty dope. I'd be pretty happy with that. And then I could go to Trade League happy, like standard Trade League or regular League. How can I start this build? Just follow my guide. I have a video on YouTube as well as the POV version of the guide. Oh my god, this is a freaking death trap. Yeah, so here is the POV for the build.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubt.
If you follow that POV link right there, you can also look at my build guide video on the YouTube channel. Have you ever tried doing a Cyclone build on replica Alberons? I have not. That's like a thing, right? Strength stacking. I've never really tried stat stacking Cyclone. I know like Dexes, there's a big popular Dex right now with Dex stacking unarmed shenanigans.
Are you a martyr?
Bro, I just like instant phase that dude.
By the goddess, what
Oh well.
vision. Loyalty is a fire that spreads quickly if the forest is dry.
On Ancestor League, I think I reached like 90 million DPS on it. Ooh, that's crazy. A lot of damage. But it wasn't Shockwave, which sucked. Yeah. Appreciate your guide. Thanks for the great work. Hey, thanks, Ahmed. Appreciate you stopping by and watching the stream. Beautiful, beautiful. Alright, so we're going to get coal from this, and then we can finish Acts 8 and 9, and then we'll get our last Ascendancy right before we get to maps. Any thought on Herald stack Elemental Cyclone? I haven't really looked at any idea. Like, I saw some stuff on the stat stacking Cyclones, but I haven't really looked at any Elemental Cyclone builds, to be completely honest.
You are condemned. You are free.
Alright guys, the build is about to take off because we now have 20% coal. Hope you have a smooth and great league start tomorrow. Hey, thanks Ahmed. Do you make more, prefer people to watch on YouTube or Twitch? No cop out either answer. I don't really, to me it's whatever you prefer watching for your streaming, right? If you like YouTube, watch on YouTube. If you like Twitch, watch on Twitch. I think it just depends on what people want to do. Ooh, look at the life on that belt. 120 life. That's crazy. Hello, belts. Yeah, I'd say whatever people feel like watching on. That's why I multi-stream. I don't want to force people to use one or the other. Hey, Peaconk of Bouncing. Time to re-roll, right? What does this do to my resistances? It's a lot of life. Not too bad, actually. We gotta get some fire into cold. Yeah, I'm a little starved on stats here. Tomorrow will be Twitch for sure. I just like to support in the way you make the most, though. I'll probably actually run both streams just so you get both. Oh, I appreciate that, Brownie. That's crazy. Thank you. I don't know. I feel like in the short term I make more on Twitch, but because I don't stream very often, I probably make more on YouTube in the long term. My thing is like I get a lot of people that watch during League launch, right? Because they like the build and they're interested in the build, and then like I don't know. I'm not much of a streamer, really, so I don't really stream that much after like the first few weeks of a league. But what I'm thinking about doing this time is maybe I'll play HC. Gonna be pushing this build so it's cool and strong and tanky. I might do HC trade to start out, see how far I go. When I die, which will happen, Goosh 10 minutes. Oh, did Nightbot ban you? Is that what happened? Yeah, hold on. Let me take a look at that. Give me a second. Let's see. Timers, I guess. No, not timers. Yeah, I'm trying to. He tried POB in an LE Cyclone and it sucks. Yeah. Trying to see where I can make it less aggressive. I haven't actually looked at the setting. Chat moderation, there we go. Ah, there's the timeout length. I see it. I'll set it to a minute, I guess, for right now. I have no idea what the standard thing that people set these things to, so. Yeah, I found it. I set it to up to 8 emojis, and I set it up to 8 emojis, and I set it to a 1-minute ban for now. Any other good strats you suggest for mapping instead of blight? Is your vid from 6 days ago the most up-to-date POB? Yeah, my vid that I published, I updated the POB in the description to the most updated thing, so it's good to use that. Now I can follow you properly? Aw, thanks, Akona. I wouldn't prohibit emojis at all, to be honest. People spam a lot. Gotcha. Let me go ahead and turn that off then. Okay. Yeah, no problem, Ozzy. Instant permaban for over emoji use? Yeah, right. I wasn't even aware Nightbot was doing that. Sorry, Ron. That's not, I honestly haven't looked at those settings since I set this shit up like a year and a half ago.
Stay out of the shadows.
Like I said, I'm not a pro streamer. I usually stream for like I said, 2 or 3 weeks of a league, and then I just don't stream anymore. I think it's because I don't think people really want to watch me outside of the Cyclone stuff, so I just kind of stopped playing the PoE league after like, I don't play it as much after a couple weeks, and I passively play it for a few more weeks, and then I kind of just stopped playing the league. I waited my 10 minutes like a champ. Gotcha. So, I don't know. If I think people actually would like to watch me stream more, I probably would do it more. I don't know. It is natural, to be honest. We all have less people on when not on PoE, I think. It's not a full-time career. I wouldn't bother. Yeah. But the problem is I have like a pretty, I have a pretty good job where I have flexible hours. I can kind of make my own schedule. But there's like moments like next week, for instance, where there's a lot going on and I feel obligated to maximize my time at work, which is unfortunate because the league starts on, this weekend. So like I'm gonna try to stream a lot over the next week, but I'm gonna be working some pretty long shifts next week on some project stuff I'm doing, and so I'm just gonna be kind of like really tired, which nothing is more exciting, I guess, than a streamer that sounds really tired when they're streaming. I appreciate it, Brownie. Extra aggressive bot. Oh wow, Ozzy, thank you for the follow and the prime. Thank you, thank you. We're not gonna fight that guy. Let's go do boss. Oh my gosh, dude spun all the way over here. That's why we went for the coal. This dude gets super dangerous. Ooh. Ooh. We risked it for the biscuit on that one. I'll send all Cyclone guys here when I eventually repick, to be honest. Hope you will be still alive on HC run. Hey, thanks, Ron. Yeah, I might start HC tomorrow. I'm having fun playing it. I think HC trade would be the play, though, so I can still get easy access to some items to at least get the build rolling along. I'm not gonna lie, Ron, and to the rest of you guys in chat, I tried to play PoE 2 in 0.3, and all I did was I created a whirling slash build that was like Cyclone, and then I basically, once I did everything I wanted to do, I stopped playing PoE 2 for 0.3. But my whole goal for PoE 2 was to try to create the most Cyclone build possible that I could, and I got pretty close. It was not anywhere near as good as this. Do you think they're actually going to add Cyclone to PoE 2? I don't think they're going to do it. I don't think they want builds like RF or Cyclone in PoE 2. It's like a one-button skill, right? And Cyclone isn't going to feel good if you have to like combo it with 4 abilities. You know what I mean? Oh, you kind of know it. Ah, okay. My big thing is like what makes Cyclone fun, right? Is you hold down one button and that's it, right? Occasionally I pop my Desecrate for GC, or I pop a banner, but like it's a one button thing. But it might have a CD. That sounds awful. That sounds awful. I would much rather them just have it like PoE 1 where it's not insane damage, right? Like nobody's really playing Cyclone to do juice T17s or whatever. But like just have it be comfy, man. Just have it be comfy. Like this feels so comfy. It feels so good. So let us have comfy stuff in the game is all I'm asking. I don't think I'm asking for too much. Give me comfy stuff in the game. Oh, look, I got an Oberon's, but it's not a replica. RIP. Obviously. Ain't no heist. Yeah, I mean, I guess they are, but there's no Cyclone. Right, Iggy? There's no Cyclone. That's the problem. Just like there's no RF. They won't put a comfy build in there. Let's give us a comfy build. I mean, I'll be doing juice T17s too, Ron, but like, you know. But most people that play Cyclone and PoE 1, they're going to league start it, and then they're going to segue into whatever bossing build they want to do. I don't think, like, there's definitely people that will play these builds all the way through, but they did nerf T17. You make a fair point. They did nerf them. Here's my whole take on T17s. All right, I'm just gonna say this right now. I think T17s are one of the worst things they've added to the game. I think T16.5s are far better. Like have like 1 or 2 scary mods versus like 18 on a T17. I just like this idea of creating a map that's more difficult than a T16 to be the bridge to Ubers. Like, I think 16.5s fulfill that niche a lot better. And like T17s to me are just so, like maybe it'll be a lot better in this league with the changes they made, but like just prepping T17s to run, like unless you play specific builds, you have to like make a complicated regex and you have to roll the thing multiple times and you have to do certain strats, and it's like, you know, I don't want to deal with all that. I just don't want to deal with all that. I don't want to deal with all that. Nothing pisses me off more than the petrify statues. Yeah, they're terrible. this particular zone right here, when you come out of Act 9, is a little scary on this build because we don't have any block yet. The casters in particular, we don't really have a defensive layer against the caster. These guys right here, the goat people, they can be super scary and they can easily one-shot you in these zones. Like until we get our block up with, especially with the roomies, these guys chunk very hard. So I'm especially a little wary of this zone right now. What do you think about block tattoos being more expensive? It's unfortunate. Like, people have been asking me about it. I still tell them I would much rather go for the flame flesh jewels for more than skill over getting the block tattoos first, and then just keep running a Rumi's flask. Because if you can save up the currency quick enough and get those flame flesh jewels before inflation kicks in, I think it's better divs spent on that versus like getting the tattoos until later. I actually picked up my 2 jewels for like 44 or 45 divine together in 3.26. But it's going to be more popular now maybe, so the price might go up. You also have to remember async trade, right? So because of async trade, you know, you're going to have more items on the market. So we're going to have more supply than we've ever seen before. You know, doesn't matter if someone's logged in. You don't think so? Well, I guess if we're talking about flame flesh, yeah, those aren't like plentiful. I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah. I guess that makes sense. Y'all be doing crazy stuff in this game, man. You bought 40 flame flesh jewels? Yeah, that's ridiculous. You play the game at a different level than I do, sir. That's all I'll say. You play the game at a different level than I do. I'm just a regular exile. I'm just a regular exile. I'm just a regular Joe, baby. Regular Joe. Afraid they'll be even more price controlled. Yeah. I don't know like too much about how like people manipulate the market in PoE. I'm not like into the whole PoE finance side of things. I just remember like the flame flesh jewels were super cheap when I bought them, and then well, I heard like people that were playing my build telling me that they were like super expensive later on, which makes sense because the market inflation goes up. Bots, yeah. I actually wonder how it's going to affect HC, because the few times I played HC trade, generally like trading has been a pleasant experience compared to softcore, right? It makes sense because there's way less people playing hardcore, and you know, people are more responsive. I kind of wonder what async is going to do to the vibe of HC trade. You think it'll be okay? I think there's still just not going to be enough people playing it, right? For it to be a problem. Softcore is fucked, yeah. So maybe the answer is just to play hardcore trade and just see how far it can go, you know? I won't snowball as quickly as I do in softcore. You know, I'm not going to be doing probably T17s, but we have no farm and inflation. Isn't everyone doing like, is strongboxes what people are talking about doing now? Because like they nerfed all the farms. Oh, I'm not going to be doing Abyssus.
Cosmology of strange creatures, pagan gods,
If I play hardcore, I won't be doing Abyssus. If I play hardcore, I'll use a regular helm with like Eldritch Implicits and maybe eventually segue into something like an influenced helm with the increased fizz damage taken nearby enemies. I might start rolling in Abyssus once I get like, if I got that far in HC where I had like all the, you know, like a Progenesis and all that kind of stuff, then I might actually scale into an Abyssus.
Yes.
Did I not take the...
Good luck.
Am I crazy? Oh, I gotta talk to him first, huh? Yeah.
Well, it...
Bye.
I don't know, we'll see. I don't think I'm gonna live very long if I play hardcore anyways, so I'm not like too concerned with an Abyssus question, because I'll probably be dead in hardcore and playing softcore by the time I would even pick up an Abyssus. Like I might be dead day 2. You know, just go run some map and get killed by some bullshit. That's basically what I'm thinking, Ozzy. Is it could be worth it. I don't know why I came in here. Yeah, I mean, your typical HE streamers are the big ones, right? Like Ziz, Steel, and then obviously you've got like the GOAT, Ben, always plays HCSSF. Alk, yeah, Alk plays HC. Lily plays HC. I mean, a lot of the popular PoE streamers play HC. I would say the big PoE streamers play HC, right? Or HCSSF. Which is part of the reason why I think they're pretty big in the community. The thing I like about hardcore is it adds that little extra layer of adrenaline. Oh, I know that's why they're more popular, yeah. They're also really good at the game compared to the average player. There's levels though, right? Like Ziz is really good at the game, but he's not Ben. Like, you know, Ben is just like something else. You watch that guy play and you're just like, geez, why am I even playing this game? What am I doing with my life? I will watch Ben on like a league start, and then I go to bed after I've got into maps and stuff, and when I wake up the next day, he's already prepping for Ubers. Atlas completed. And I'm just like, what am I doing with my life? I'm just wasting time playing this game. I'm so inefficient. One of my favorite things with Ben was when he like beat D4 when it first came out. Like he, you know, killed Lilith or whatever, and then people said he cheated, or the way he did it, there was controversy, and then he went back and did it a different way and still was like the second kill and the first kill, and I was just like, this guy's just the GOAT. It was mechanical though. That's what I'm saying, like, he's just that good of a player, yeah. Like, he has alien reflexes. He's not human. Yeah, he's just not human. Or he's like a highly evolved human that, like, traveled back in time to play PoE. Just for the meme. He did the poison cheese. Honestly, I'm going to play HC Trade tomorrow, and I'm going to play HC Trade tomorrow, and I'm going to die to the new league mechanic in Mudflats. That's exactly what's going to happen there. 100%. New league mechanic will kill me. bring me your rip clip? Okay. Go watch it live. I think if I can make it past like mud flats, I'll be okay. My suspicion is the breach mobs are going to be kind of hard. I can't see them being pushover, right? They're probably going to be a little bit challenging until you get like your gear going. I might just avoid, like, you're not going to be able to avoid the mud flats. Yeah, you're not going to be able to avoid the mud flats portion. Yeah, it's not going to be tested, right? It's going to be way overtuned. It's going to be like Abyss in 0.3 before they started to make changes to it. You're going to have to deal with the mud flats one, and then after that, I think I just ignore it the entire campaign, to be honest. I totally agree with you. Thanks T3 for the follow, Grop for the follow, sub for the follow, much appreciated. Yeah.
You killed.
I just realized I haven't had dinner yet. Just trying to get through the campaign right now. I am so hyped for tomorrow. Like, I'm just like, I'm so ready. So ready. Yeah. What will probably happen is I'll do something dumb. I'll die to it, and I'll realize why I died, and then I'll have to re-roll another character super quick and then do it proper. You typically don't Iggy, but they have it set up where you have to actually do it in mud flats. And I don't know, like, till we see it the first time, right? So typically you just skip the league mechanic, but it's almost like they're putting a meme in there where you have to like engage with it at least once. Ooh, I want that Divine Life class actually, so we can start rolling that. I mean, this build slaps now, we get 20% more damage, new grabs that may be strong as fuck, and the crafting mechanic for easier gearing. Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty good. I say I won't, then I do. You spam the league mechanic. I mean, if you're on softcore, you can do whatever you want. Slow, 6-7 hours, yeah. Hey, I mean, my average is 6.5 hours for campaign. It's not the fastest. Compared to like the average player, it's pretty fast, I guess, though. Well, the problem is like, I don't think it's gonna be. Is it gonna be pumping out 5 links that crazy while you're doing the campaign? Or is that something like once you get into maps? Like, how much juice are you going to get? Maybe, like, you're getting good juice from it, and, like, you can feed the tree and do, like, you know, just, like, farm ossuary or something in Act 10. From Act 5 on. Yeah, so, I mean, maybe... So, the thing is like, even playing hardcore, once I was, like, in Act 6 on this character, I started to feel pretty tanky. And so I think I could probably get away with like engaging with the breach mechanic towards the end of the campaign. I could see myself doing like some ossuary runs where I'm just like doing the breach stuff. Get some extra levels, maybe feed the tree and get some links. I could see myself doing it at that point. Obviously wouldn't be doing it like in the first half of the campaign. But 5 links are super powerful on this build because like we're running 2 link setups, right? You know, Cyclone and GC. So if I can have like 2 5 links coming out of the freaking campaign, that's like crazy good. Oh, you know what? That's true. I keep forgetting that like I'd be doing a hardcore trade. I'm thinking about this like I'm playing this character right now because this character is like obviously an SSF test on hardcore. I wouldn't be doing SSF on hardcore. I'd be doing the trade. So yeah, I could just probably pick if they're that plentiful. Yeah, I could just pick one up super cheap.
What can we do for you?
Be careful.
Hmm. Let's see. I don't think I need a mana flask anymore. We'll see. I'll feel it out. I don't really have other options at the moment though, so I guess we'll keep using it for now. I start to get good flask options these last 2 acts, so. I'm solo to armor. RF almost gets me every time. I love Righteous Fire. It's like just a really comfortable. It's probably why I like Cyclone so much. Like they're both really comfy. I'd argue RF is comfier. It's just the damage on RF starts to fall off a lot. Ooh, it's my first 6 socket. Cyclone, I think, definitely does much more damage. That's why I find it funny that people are putting like Cyclone Shockwave behind RF, and I'm like, if you throw in the fact that we're running a Cry setup, it's actually, in my opinion, far better than RF. It's not as tanky, but like you're going to be able to push content a lot harder than RF can. RF is just super comfortable to play because it's so tanky. But you're going to hit a wall pretty soon playing RF where you're going to feel like either you got to reroll or you got to put insane amount of money into the build to get it to do anything. Did I miss lab? Might be down to the right here. Yeah, RF damage just plummets, you know. Hey, you just gotta get a snack while you wait for RF to do damage. That's funny. That is funny. Oh yeah, what am I doing? Trial is over here.
Fear gnaws at the entrails of the
Oh, hold on. Let's think about what I'm doing here. This is the buzzsaw one. I just like YOLO leaped in here without actually paying attention to what's going on.
leadership that can assuage those fears through example, through wisdom, through strength. An emperor lights the way through the darkened caverns of uncertainty.
Whoa. 10 community subs. Wow. That's huge. Thanks, Feb. That's crazy. Thank you. Wow. Holy snikes. You guys are crazy.
An emperor must bear 2 blades. Hope in the left hand, surety in the right.
That's fire. Thank you. Thank you so much. Big balls, yeah. Big baller. Thank you. Thanks for all the hard work you put in this build. I had a blast last season. Really looking forward to it tomorrow. Hey, thank you for the gifted subs, Feb. I'm glad you enjoy the build, and I hope you have a great weekend playing it. doing bosses on RF is so painful, even for Maven. Can't you just like turn off RF on Maven and just have insane regen though? I guess once you hit the beams though, I guess like that kills it, right? But otherwise your regen is so high outside of getting touched by those beams that like, it's kind of like crazy. You just like fire trap, play like a 20-minute Maven or something.
That's a flash.
Let's not mess with that guy. Trying to find should grab that though. I think I want to go this way. Like overbuff Blight, Deep Delve, but they nerf risks. Yeah, it's like one risk right now, or now it's one risk, right, when you use your map device. Do you know how crazy comfortable doing like Blight and Blight Ravage is going to be on a hardcore character though? Just set up your towers and just like sit back and chill. Collect all the currency. Give me back my 5 risks, yeah.
I can't do this just yet.
Oh, that graphics right there. The screen just like froze up.
Oh, Travis.
Legion is the way now. How, I guess, how you gonna do like an explodey chest, Ron, or do some like flash stuff to help with clear? Or are you just gonna spin to win all the way through?
Be careful.
One of my thought processes has been maybe I don't run Cyclone Atonement with Stampede. Instead I do, or maybe I do, but we use the new Ashabi. We take the stun immunity that we get from that if we can keep the rage loop going, and then that frees up the chest where we can do like an explodey chest. And I think that would help out with the clear obviously a lot with the build. I didn't grab Waypoint. Oh, rip. Yeah, I mean, you could obviously just run regular Cyclone and do like the Tailwind stuff and all that. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like with enough damage though, I don't feel like I'm not moving quick enough with Stampede. I know like some people just like super giga speed, but I feel like Stampede speed feels fine to me, even for Legion. Because like, if you're doing enough damage, you're just going to roll over the mobs and kill them instantly. And so you just like, yeah, you just spec into your Atlas tree to have really long Legion and just, you know, mow everything down. An Explode POB stashed? Nah, I don't have one right now. Yeah. That's why I was thinking like doing an Explodey chest, right? So that gives you some clear pops and helps a little bit with picking up some of the that kind of stuff. I'm gonna have to run back for this waypoint, unfortunately, because I'm an idiot and didn't Didn't grab it. Yeah, I'm gonna test out the Oshabi first. And if the Oshabi feels good and I can keep the rage loop going so that I always have like the stun immunity, I feel like that's the play for Cyclone. Plus we get the increased damage, the increased attack speed. We also get the enemies basically ignore all their physical damage reduction.
I choose.
The question now, Exile, is whether or not you're foolish. Face down.
I guess it's gonna be over here. So my thought process is for last lab, I normally would take impact. I'm kind of wondering if I just take brutal fervor at this point, because I have headsman now. I have Cole. I feel like my damage is going to be okay until I get to Uber Lab, and I think having overleech for mapping is going to feel a lot better in terms of like DR. So I'm thinking I might go brutal fervor over taking impact, just for the fact that I'm playing HC, and then take impact when I, you know, get into yellow maps.
Or the balcony.
Kind of feeling brutal fervor for my third lab.
Yes.
That's an interesting ring for when we have to swap to crit. Plus one to minimum friendship charges. I mean, think I go for the cold and chaos, and we can craft life on here. I think I save this ring for when I make my swap to crit. I like that accuracy on it. Nah, I'm gonna take the frenzy, because the way I look at it is like that's only one frenzy on bossing. I have blood rage for frenzy right now, anyways. I'd rather have the cold and chaos. I'm playing hardcore, bro. I'm gonna prioritize resistances right now over anything else. Come on, come on. This ain't no softcore character. This ain't no like 1.5k life finishing the campaign character. Prep, oh, you're prepping me for the rip, yeah, okay.
Here I go again.
I think it's good at a lot of different things. Like Harvest, it's pretty good. Ritual, it's obviously really good at. I guess if you're talking about like league stuff that you enjoy, doesn't Juice always consistently sell well though, even throughout the league? Or, what did they nerf with? What did they nerf with Harvest? Did they get rid of the duplicate nodes on the tree? No mods, no pack size. Interesting. Well, I guess like I was looking at it from a different perspective than you. Like I'll put it this way. I think you're answering what is the best money-making farm, which is probably the right answer. I was looking at it like what build, like what the content feels fun or what feels pretty good to do on a Cyclone build. It's like Ritual to me feels really good. Harvest feels really good because you just stand in a circle, right, on the plot and kill everything. So those things feel good to me in terms of like that kind of aspect. How good they are at making money is a completely different question. You know, I think actually Blight feels good on a lot of things, right? Because you just let your towers do all the work for you. That's why I think Expedition feels really good, because you just do the big boom and kill everything with Cyclone. So I think Expedition's also a lot of fun for Cyclone because it just feels good. Now it might suck, yeah. Well, I think what will end up happening is, right, the community will figure out what the best farm strats are, i.e. Fubgun or somebody, and then, you know, you just have to look at it like what would be the most fun of those to do on Cyclone. Strong boxes are the way right now. Is what everyone's saying? Bumbo fart boxes. I talked with him. I feel like strong boxes are also like really good for Cyclone. Yeah, boxes, right? I will enjoy selling overpriced ambush scarabs for 10C a pop. Evil. Yeah. Evil. It's not worth taking right now. I think I just go more life at the moment. Life is key on hardcore. Life is key. Oh, buy your overpriced scarabs and enjoy my extra apothecary drops. Nice. Hope Breach will be okay. I'm interested to see what Breach will be like with the changes. Twitch stream died. Are you guys still seeing anything on Twitch right now? Yeah, Twitch is okay. I don't know what's going on with some people. Well, somebody was like Twitch stream died, so I went back to town real quick to check on my stuff running on the other monitor, but everything looks good for me. And like Twitch looks good right now, and if I actually look at YouTube, let me pull up YouTube real quick. Yeah, YouTube is good too, so I don't know. Everything seems good to me. Don't go bleed. Alright, do I die here is the question. She is super, super scary. I find these sub-bosses to be way more scary than the actual Act 9 boss. By far. Like, ridiculous. She's the worst one. By the way, new players in chat, craft wands, like for real. Oh, dude. So I was talking about this, Ron. Like, what do you think is the best way to craft wands? Is it going to be recom for the prefixes and go from there? Because part of my idea was I was just going to craft wands to try to make money. Yeah, SS recom. Even if you hit like T2 mods, they should sell pretty well, right? Yeah, I hate recombing too. 1-3 my ass, yeah. Ready to get fractured wands in ritual? Rip, yeah. Right? Thanks, Zell, for the follow. Yeah, Cyclone will be good. Sonic here has a nice guide. I appreciate it, Ron. Alright. Off we go. Deodre. Yeah, both our builds pretty much end up in the same place after campaign. We were talking about this earlier. I tried to keep my POB pretty much the pathing on it the same through the campaign as it is in the end game, so that if like newer players follow the guide, it's a little bit easier for them, since there's not big respecs and they don't really know what's going on. More experienced players might want to do a more damage intensive version of it, because they have the confidence and the knowledge to be able to make decisions on the fly and handle more of a swap. That's interesting. We can take a little slam from her. That was terrifying for a minute there.
You're well.
Alright, we gotta go. I gotta go to Rogue Harbor real quick and get my heist thing unlocked, because I got way too much heist stuff in my bag right now, my stash. So let's fix this. Much better. Much better. Man, this league is going to be so much fun. I appreciate putting together another build for Cyclone. Yeah, there's a lot of Cyclone interest right now. Obviously, two leagues of it getting buffed in a row. What's my worst item right now? Probably my amulet. what you were saying with the Ashabi bloodline, would you still potentially take out Impact for it? Yes. My plan is to probably take out Impact and test Ashabi. I mean to ask you, what voiceovers do you use with your loop filter? I came across a Reddit post years ago, and someone had either commissioned these sound files or they enjoyed playing the game and made them, but yeah, I just kind of grabbed them and made the filter from it. I think their name was Sky something. I came to the conclusion that if we get Stampede, we don't need a Leap Slam no more. Movement fast, Frostblink CD is low. Yeah, when you're playing Stampede with Cyclone of Tumult, you really don't want to Leap Slam around a lot because you break the stacks on your Tumult, so you use Frostblink more. I kind of keep Leap Slam in there because I like having movement skill options, but if you're socket starved, you don't have to do it. Yeah, I'll be looking at my filter stuff that heals over the next day or so. Hopefully Filter Blade's updated so I can do that. Won't use my sound file, Sag. RIP.
Not bad.
Surely we got a good neck out of one of these. Nope. I mean, this has stats, doesn't have life. None of these have life. It's unfortunate.
Happy hunting.
We might be grinding an Ossuary for a little bit for some gear. We'll see. I don't like how low my resistances are right now prior to getting nuked again at the end of this act. Alright, I already have my diamond flasks. I'm gonna pick up, I normally would go Onslaught, but I'm actually gonna pick up a sulfur flask because I like the consecrated ground. I think that's gonna play out nicer on hardcore right now.
Always keep your eyes on innocence blessed.
Have you ever done a full cast on crit with Cyclone? I have not. Melee looks like it will be good, which means this build will cost a lot to get to endgame, which I don't mind. And left out Leap Slam? Yeah. Arrogance with Precision is pretty good. It's pretty good. Gain 2 charges when you're hit by an enemy and avoid shock. Okay, we'll take that. I'd like to get my armor flask to have an armor roll, if possible. That'd be nice, game. Okay, ask and you shall receive. I guess, man, I need another good flask. These all suck. I guess I could use a Bismuth for now. Run immunity on it if I hit immunity to freeze. Do I have any better Quicksilver flasks? I don't. So we'll just take whatever we hit on this. That's fine. We're gonna be low on resistances anyways, so
There'll be time for that soon enough.
once we finish this act.
I can't do this just yet.
And as soon as I finish Act 10, I'm gonna have to go grab a bite to eat and take a break for a few minutes. I'm starting to get really hungry. What do you prioritize your 4 or 5 links while leveling and progressing? I always go for GC because one of the downsides to Cyclone, well, I guess that's a different answer. One of the downsides, so maybe we have a different take on this. My thing with Cyclone is when we're not hitting the boss because we have to dodge something, our General's Cries still are. right? So like if I have to dodge a mechanic from a boss, I'm still getting damage out of my GC. But apparently, like, getting links isn't going to be a problem in this league because the tree just, like, gives you a ton of links. But that's typically my take on it is, like, as soon as I'm not hitting the boss, I'm not doing damage, but my general cries could still be popping off, so... Hey, but some damage is better than no damage, right? So... One of the downsides to, like, while campaigning, I'm usually not rolling like you. I sidestep. What do you mean sidestep? You mean like you hit the enemies with the edge of your Cyclone?
Or the balcony.
Oh, gotcha. You don't hold it down as much. Yeah, like I'm doing now. Right, yep. That makes sense. It's definitely more efficient. I just like using the ability a lot, so like I'll hold it down and spin it for a while because it's just fun. I don't know. There is a good reason why I'm doing this though. Once again, it's hardcore. I am running infused channeling right now, so I get the 12% less damage from hits when I'm using it. And I'm keeping my Fortify up. Fortify is in a stack anyways, but the infused channeling, I like kind of having that always up. But I guess like as soon as you hit something, it activates, so I don't know. Yeah, see, I like holding it down. It brings me joy. I don't know. It's just like fun to see the spin. There's something just so like I don't know. It pleasures my brain to see the spin. You know, zoom around, everything dies. Up. Yeah, I can fix that real quick. Nightbot. Always going crazy here. Let's see. Alright, it should be a non-issue now. Yeah, there's something like just really pleasant about the... I already got the teardrops, so I don't need to be in here any longer. I guess it's XP. I don't mind the XP. Stop screaming. Yeah. I'm loud and French. Are you French? Living the life over in Europe. No one is perfect. Thanks, Gore, for the follow. Alright, so the real question is, we're getting to a point where I kind of want to start getting ready to swap to crit. Let's see here. To make the transition, I think I'm going to start syncing my points. I have all the high value life nodes right now I think I want. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start putting points into Eagle Eye and get my accuracy ready so that when I drop this and run precision, we're pretty much good to go. So I'm just going to drop a few points in here that don't do me much right now in the short term, but it's going to prep me for the swap to crit. Probably pretty long on this character, 11 hours. There's been a lot of pausing though. Like yesterday I took like almost 2 hours on stream because I saw Rue's review of my build. And then I stopped and I like hit the passive screen and stopped and I was like doing stuff in POB. And I've been pausing a lot. I did say when I was playing this this hardcore one I was just gonna be super chill about leveling. Because I'm not trying to speed on a hardcore character. I'm not that good. If I speed on hardcore, I'm gonna get myself killed. I think I'm gonna hold off on doing that skill point down there. Actually, screw it. We'll do the skill point. If I die, I die. What's my previous highs records on HC? I've made it to red maps. I've killed like Shaper, Elder, typical stuff. Uber Elder. I've never done Uber Pinnacle bosses. I've never done a T17. Will I do stones before League on this character? Nah. I have to, unfortunately, I got, I was going to take some, okay, so here's the story. I was going to take 4 days off, right, do a 4-day weekend. I then decided I would go into work on Monday because I got kind of peer pressured and we have like a lot of stuff going on at work and I wanted to be a team player. So I was like, all right, I got you. I won't take my PTO on Monday. I'm just going to do 3 days off. And then a lot of stuff is happening with stuff I'm working on. They want to do stuff tomorrow at work. And I'm like, okay, I guess I could come in for 4 hours in the morning. But that ruined my plans because I was planning to like sleep in right before League and go hard, or, you know. And so I was going to play a lot tonight and play really early into like Friday morning and then go to bed. Now I got to like keep my same sleep schedule, and because I'm going into work for a few hours in the morning. So, and I have an hour drive to and from work. So that 4-hour shift is like really 6 hours. So it's like, yeah. So my 4-day week turned into a 3-day week, turned into a 2.5-day weekend. That's basically what's happened in the last 10 hours. No, my job is important. I'm very lucky to have the job I do, and I'm very happy with the work I do. So even if I was a successful streamer, I would not give up my job because I believe in what I'm doing. So there's a lot of personal satisfaction in the work I do. If you don't mind me asking, how was the review of your build? The review of my build went pretty well. Apparently people that watch Rue said that like he actually thought my build was okay. It sounded like he didn't think my build was okay, but I mean even by the end of it he was like, oh, it's a playable build, it's not bad, you know. So I was like, alright, that's pretty fair. And he brought up some good criticisms that I went back and fixed the POV. What are you doing? So I'm an engineer. I design and build flight simulation technology that pilots use for training on various platforms like F-35, F-16, things like that. His content is screaming at stuff, yeah. Nah, he didn't seem like he was being mean about it. He was obviously like, you know, playing up his persona and stuff like that. And his criticisms were valid at the end of the day. Like, I was telling people like I didn't, you know, he wasn't mean about it. He was just being funny about it. And he brought up good points, you know, so. But yeah, my job is pretty fulfilling work, so I like doing it. I work with really good people. Yeah, I'm very fortunate. A lot of people in life work jobs that they do because, and I did this a lot of my 20s, you know. They work jobs because, you know, it's a paycheck, and then they get promoted, or they, you know, they continue to work somewhere because the pay is good, or whatever, but they're not really passionate about the job. They don't really get a lot of personal satisfaction out of it. That's most people in this world. I'm lucky to have a job I actually enjoy doing, and it's fulfilling in that kind of way that most people aren't fortunate enough to have. There's something about the old adage, if you end up like getting a job in life doing something, I'm butchering the phrase, but like, you know, if you enjoy your work, it doesn't really feel like work. It's basically the way to say it. Rue's a clown, but he's nice, unlike people like Ziz that use a pretty mask but is mean as fuck. I don't know. I've never really gotten the vibe that Ziz is a cruel person or a mean person. But I said this the other day. I really don't watch streamers. Like, even though I'm streaming right now, I actually don't really watch streams. Like, I don't know. I watch clips from streams and things like that. I watch like compilations on YouTube. I'm not really big into watching people stream games. But my take on Ziz is that he seems like a genuinely nice guy. That being said, you never really know somebody in life that you just see like, you know, through media. But that's not the vibe I usually get from him. Cyclone buffed. Cyclone got like another nice little buff. It's not gonna like change the meta or anything, but I've played the build for multiple leagues now and had a lot of fun doing it. So yeah, it's gonna be a blast. It's Cyclone Shockwave with General's Cry on a 6-link support. Yeah, I'm not going to weigh in on anything because I don't know any of these people. You know, Ron can talk with authority, I guess, on the subject if he's got personal connections. I'm just a guy who made a Cyclone build, and you know, I'm streaming the build. But yeah, I'm not really a streamer. I don't really know any of these people. Just trying to spin to win, baby. Spin to win. Ziz kicked my dog once, trust me. That's funny. One of the creator copyrights striked me for opening his vid on stream. That's petty as fuck. That's so petty. That is so petty. Yeah, I wouldn't say you're a nobody, John. I'm a nobody too. We're all nobodies. It's funny because, like, I think people, like, put way too much emphasis on Twitch streamers. Like, okay, if you're Kai or somebody, like, you might have a little bit of, like, I should probably not engage with that dude. If you're, like, Kai or somebody, you might have, like, a little bit of, like, you know, public awareness going on about you, but nobody in the world knows who Ziz is. Like, let's be honest, nobody knows who Rue is, nobody knows who I am, nobody knows who any of these people are. Like, if we're talking about the average person, Twitch is not like this incredibly popular thing that billions of people watch. And the hundreds of million people that might watch it, they all have their niches and stuff like that. It's not like, you know, you're watching a streamer and they're Tom Cruise and they're like a household name. So I think sometimes streamers or people that watch streamers think that they're more of a presence than they actually are. They're actually an incredibly small presence in the world. Incredibly small. most people on the internet have an incredibly small presence in the world. There's very few people that actually are a household name that like people know. I guarantee you, Ron, that if I went into the average American household, nobody would know who Quinn is at all. Yeah. But if I go into the average American household and I say, do you know who, I don't know, I'm trying to think of somebody, Seth Green is, people would know who that is, right? There's levels to fame in the world, and like internet celebrities are not as popular as like people think they are. Yeah. They're not as famous as they think they are. And that's because the internet is a stratosphere of niches, right? Oh, that's why I brought up somebody like, yeah, like Hassan, for instance, Asmongold, Kai, like Kai in particular. I'm not saying streamers can't have a big presence. I'm thinking that I'm saying the majority of people, right? Especially like PoE streamers or like PoE streamers or like D4 streamers or any of these communities, they have lots of fans and followers, but like, you know, I'll put it to you this, Ron. You're saying you're talking about Hassan, right? And he's a political commentator that gets a lot of views, so that's why he gets brought up. For every mention that, like, for every Hassan that you might have on Twitch, which is like a handful, there are what, hundreds of thousands of people trying to stream that nobody knows who they are, and then there's like maybe a couple thousand streamers that have followings, but like, yeah, they're not going to be known in the global community. So what I'm trying to get at is that internet fame isn't as large as what I think people think it is, right? It definitely is enough for people to make a living and make a good living, right? But it's not like these people are international celebrities, right? I mean, you can look at the most popular game in the world, Minecraft, and take Minecraft streamers. And once again, if I go into the average American house and I name a Minecraft streamer, most people will know who I'm talking about. I'm not trying to shit on streamers or content creators that make a living. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that, you know, there's not an importance there or anything like that. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying that, like, I think sometimes people get overzealous about the streamers they watch, or streamers sometimes think they're more important than they are when we're talking about, like, fame in the world. Internet celebrities aren't as big as they think they are, and I don't mean that just for streamers. I mean, like, creators on YouTube or TikTok. They have followings, they're big, but it's not like, you know, they're as big as you know, like legacy media stars, right? Like more people know who more people know who Benedict Cumberbatch is than a celebrity on YouTube. Right? There's levels to fame in the world. More people know who Chris Pratt is as a media influencer in the traditional sense, right? Movie star, etc., TV star, than internet celebrities. There's just levels to these things. Yeah. But once again, like, let's talk about the echelon, right? So Kai is the most popular streamer, right, in the world. I don't even watch his content, but he's the most popular, right, on Twitch. He's the most popular on social media. So he's the creme de la creme of views on the internet, right, in terms of streamers. And I guarantee you, like, way more people know A-list actors than they know who Kai is. Right, you know? But once again, I just think, like, I don't know. I think people think internet fame is larger than what it really is compared to other celebrities in the world. Or other people that are public figures. I.e., like, obviously politicians. Mr. Beast is probably an example that transcends it, right? Like, he's actually somebody my parents know of because he has, like, TV shows they've watched. You know, so Mr. Beast is somebody who's, like, I would argue, a lot of people know who Mr. Beast is because his influence, his sphere of influence has gone beyond the internet. He actually has, like, TV shows that are on streaming services. He has brands that you buy in stores. He's become larger than just the internet. I've actually never watched Kai. I've never, but I don't watch a lot of streamers, so. Yeah, dude, Mr. Beast is crazy, in terms of like his growth, especially like over the last couple years. It's kind of bizarre, but like he's just skyrocketed into superstardom. Well, that's what makes watching streamers fun, right? You watch them because you enjoy the content that they're playing, you enjoy the person that you're watching, you like their personality, you like something that they're doing. I think the benefit to streaming is like you can have more of a relationship with the person that you're watching because it's interactive, you know? Traditional media, you're consuming it, but you're not interacting with it. So traditional media stars might be more well known, but you have less of a personal connection with them. Be fun to guess if an A-lister is more well known than Mr. Beast. I guess my question to you would be like, would you be limiting the questions to a certain demographic? Oh yeah, you think there's that manipulation behind the scenes? I'm sure there is.
It's fucking hot.
You'd have to consider the demographic, right? Because let's talk about A-listers. Everybody knows who Harrison Ford is, right? Indiana Jones, Han Solo, everybody knows who Harrison Ford is. Do you think that if you talk to people that are 50 or above, they really know Mr. Beast more than they know Harrison Ford? So I would argue that Harrison Ford is an example of somebody who's obviously crosses generations. Everyone kind of knows who he is, especially if they see his face. Tom Hanks is another great example, right? So you'd have to target a demographic, I think, for Mr. Beast to be more well-known than an A-lister. I guess it depends on how old your nephews are. Like, and also what their interests are. They might not know Harrison Ford, but would they know his face from like watching old Star Wars movies or, you know, Indiana Jones movies or anything he did back in the day? Yeah, and another thing with Mr. Beast is, as Mr. Beast gets older, right, and his fame continues, we could be having this same conversation in like 30 years, right? In 30 years, probably everyone will know Mr. Beast, right? Because 50-year-old people will know him, 30-year-olds will know him. If he's still making content, especially content aimed at young people, you know, whatever the young generation at the time will know him. So like, Mr. Beast is somebody who might just need a few decades to cross those demographics in order to become more of a, you know, a household name. I also think country makes a difference in this. South Korea, for example, is very online. League of Legends. Oh yeah, and then you go to other countries like, you know, China, for instance, where the media is heavily regulated. They have their own internet, essentially. They control what's on apps and what gets viewed. Ooh, we took a hit there. Where's my coal, baby? Where's my coal? There it is. The Great Firewall of China? Yeah. So Ron, what's your plans for tomorrow for stream? You gonna sleep in right before stream or something? You're over in Europe, so it's like what, 10 o'clock? I forget what time you said. 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock? You're like what, 7 hours ahead, 8 hours ahead? $3 a.m. in Paris. That's crazy. Is it 3 p.m. Pacific launch for the league in the States? Is it actually, are you actually 12 hours ahead of Pacific? Well, I guess it's Pacific, so it'd be, yeah. It'd be 6 o'clock on the East Coast, so that's like 9 hours ahead. That makes sense, yeah. It's, the league's at 12 Pacific? Nah. Shut up, it's at 12? Nah, stop. Oh, dude, I told my coworkers I'd work. Oh, dude. I told my coworkers that I was going to work from 9 to 11 tomorrow morning in order to help out. And it takes me an hour to get home, so I'm not going to be on time for league. I'm going to be like maybe 30 minutes late. Yeah, I'm actually not going to be streaming at league start tomorrow. I'll be like maybe a half hour to an hour late. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Because like, if I actually finish on time and immediately hop in the car, I still won't be home until like almost 12 Pacific. So my stream might be a little bit late tomorrow. It is what it is, I guess. Well, it's like 40 to 45 minutes, but I have to account for the fact that there might be traffic. But I mean, it's generally like 40 to 45 minutes. I work on the very north side of Las Vegas, and I live like way on the other side, so it's a large commute to get like from one end to the other. It's 5 p.m. in Brazil, so it's a full day of work, then gym, then probably fall asleep at Merville's feet. Yeah, I feel that, John. It's actually a little bit nice for me because it's earlier, which means since I won't be getting any rest before league launch tomorrow, I won't feel as bad coming out of the campaign. Do I go straight armor? I am running armor evasion right now. This would give me a little bit more flexibility. I mean, it's better in every way because I am running iron for reflexes right now. More life, more defense. Got to figure out cold resistance, unfortunately. I'm 2.5 hours away from Las Vegas. Oh, are you, Inky? Yeah, 3 a.m. in Paris sucks. Yikes, dude. What are these boots? 125 life? Oh my gosh. I can craft on the movement speed. Heck yeah. Let's go take care of some business real quick. Oh, am I full on prefixes? Oh, I am. RIP. I can't use these. I don't want no movement speed boots. That's so unfortunate. POB's been updated? Let's see. Hey, there it is. There's the update. Let's see what broke on the build. Alright, so we were doing 21 million damage on the level 95 tree. Let's see what it turns into. It's going to turn into 22 million damage. 22 million damage. Ah, okay. So they added some support for the bloodlines. Okay. Interesting. So here's the new bloodlines. Can I get your POB link, please? Hi, by the way. What's up, Evil Demon? Yeah, I'm going to be working on the POB throughout the evening, and I'm going to post the updates at the end. So yeah, where is... Oh, it's funny. Whoever posted this update. Oh, no, because I was searching Titan earlier. So let's look up Oshabi. There we go. Plus 20 maximum age, lose one rage on reaching maximum rage, and gain wild savagery. Yep. Every rage grants 1% more attack damage. Maximum rage is 30. Okay, yep. Wild savagery grants 100% increased phys damage, 10% increased action speed. That's kind of crazy for Cyclone of Tumult, yeah. Good night, Ron. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you will not, since I advertise you as heist. Oh. I'm leaning on hardcore Cyclone stars, so I think you'll stay true to your promise. Trump frogs for you, my US friends. Take care, man. Yeah, the 10% action speed is crazy. Hits ignore enemy physical damage and cannot be stunned. Lose one. Okay, so you lose all rage on reaching rage for 1 second per 10 rage losses rage. Plus 20 to maximum rage would give us 6 seconds, so in 6 seconds we'd have to make up 60 rage. Yeah, it's an interesting thing that I'll play around with later. I'm still not going to advertise it on the build until I test it out in game, I think. Don't you think you can afford the extra point for 10? Don't think you can afford the extra point for 10 more rage unless you pull from something important. I think we might have to try to squeeze in those unique gloves if we wanted to play with it. Which kind of sucks. If you sent them on Discord, were they in Discord or were they in the channel or were they DMs? I think it's when you were talking with Japoni, right? Yeah, I see them right now. Yeah, I see your pics. Yeah, the Admiral's gloves. To respec the bloodline ascendancies, my understanding is you have to run the boss. So you have to run the boss to unlock it, and I think to respec it you have to run the boss again. But I don't take my word on that because I haven't looked too much into it. I'm not really concerned with bloodline ascendancies because this is not something I'll be doing over the weekend. So like maybe I'll rush a Shabi, but or buy the thing to do her, but like yeah. I kind of want to finish campaign up real quick. Gives you 10 rage per second, so you can scale it as far as you want, but I think you can only use 30 plus 20 from bloodline. But the bloodline respecs, which is a sensi point respec, same as normal. It might be Drac. I haven't really looked into it. I was gonna look into it when I actually go to do it, which probably won't be till a few days after the league start. It's just ascendancy respects. That's not bad then at all. I mean, honestly, we could use better gloves that have life and resistance.
Ahoy there!
Did I get lucky in any way? I did not. I got the opposite of lucky. I gotta figure out resistances because my stuff is really out of whack right now. Alright, looks like we're gonna do a little bit of ossuary. Ah, I got you. Okay. Damn, league starts at noon tomorrow. I thought it was starting at 3 p.m. That's a terrible time for a league start. That's crazy.
I can't do this just yet.
General Cry is fully automated. We use auto exertion for it, so we don't have to actually cast it ourselves. Oh, it's on my... I have a link on my actual channel profile rec for YouTube, but if you look me up on YouTube, it's the same name as my Twitch channel. So it triggers from a Cyclone in the... so basically the way General's Cry works is if there's corpses nearby, the clones will summon from the corpses, like that guy just did. If there's no corpses nearby, then you use Desecrate to spawn corpses, and then they'll spawn from the corpses. So when you're mapping, you don't have to use Desecrate, but when you do like a boss single target, you gotta lay down a couple Desecrates for them to spawn. In terms of what Cyclone should look for in graphs, I was thinking Fizz DR, single target damage, maybe move speed. That sound right? For Cyclone of Tumult, move speed won't do much, but yeah, the Fizz DR sounds pretty good.
Go.
I don't know if I actually did. I do the ascendancy? I think I did the ascendancy. I'm gonna run this zone probably again anyway, so.
I can't do this just yet.
That's a flask. What's the useless piece of shit?
Let's see. Do I make the swap now to precision? How's the build? Saw Ron posted one. I was thinking about it. Regular slams are kind of boring to me. Build's pretty good. Ron's build focuses more on damage while leveling. Mine is more about tank. And then our trees are pretty much similar at the end. Alright guys, I gotta grab a snack for a second. I haven't eaten for like 10 hours, so I'll be right back in like a few minutes, and then I'm gonna finish up the campaign and maybe do a couple maps, and then work on the PB. Be right back. got a little bit of fuel in the system. Guess I haven't done the trial of ascendancy here, so we'll fix that.
An emperor must know precisely where he stands.
What's the baby now?
Keep forgetting to reset. Yeah, I just mostly want to get my resistances in a better place before I finish the act, because as it stands right now, I'm gonna have like 15% cold resist going into maps, so I don't want to have that situation.
Yes.
Let's see here. Alright, that's something at least. So, that can be great when we get to maps. I could re-roll a prefix on here. Just roll cold and lightning again. Or, I'm sorry, suffix. Do not have a scour. Got to go, boys. May divines rain on your screen tomorrow. Thanks, John, for coming by. See you this weekend. Let's go grab a scouring real quick.
Yes. For freedom.
Alright, it's looking a little bit better. We'll take a hit on cold. I think we're in a better spot now for where I want to be for mapping. Thanks, Tim, for the follow. Appreciate it. Alright. Let's go, oh, you know what? I gotta do lab. Zoo lab. Final lab. So my thought process right now, since we're playing hardcore, is normally I go for impact, which would be really good damage. I'm wondering if I should go for the leech. It's reduced damage. We get the overleech. This would probably feel safer on hardcore. I feel like I go leech and I take the damage later. Oh, you know what? It actually doesn't even matter what gems I run. Well, you know what? No. I want to, maybe we get lucky with Ground Slam of Earth Shaking, so I'm going to pick up a few of those. So let me grab that real quick. Let me also pull up the... No Merc Lab submissions yet? What? Okay. Is there a minimum level of blighted map to have a chance to drop the Stampede? I don't think so. I don't think there's enough data on that. I tried looking and finding stuff, but I couldn't find a lot of data on, like... All I could see was, like, the more quantity, potentially, the more drops, the more bosses you run, potentially, the more of a chance of a drop. But I don't think, like, level. I think how many bosses maybe spawn in the zone and how much quantity can drop in the zone. Oh, that's right. I was going to buy some ground slams. Alright, now let's go run lab. Also, let's set my Pantheon to this. And, that's fine for now.
The goddess is watching.
That's a flask.
It's the PDPS of my weapon. It's like right at 300. Yeah, I didn't think there'd be a minimum level for Stampede to drop. So, I mean, technically you could do it like on the level blight maps. I think it's how many bosses spawn and the quantity of the zone probably affects its chances. Be twice blessed. Alright, alright. So 2 rolls at Ground Slam. It would be pretty crazy if we get the Ground Slam.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. It is the sovereign who empowers the scepter, not the other way round. Finish this. One day, even the great scepter of God shall fall. Dead at loyalty. You were born for this. Sweep the trappings of past emperors aside. Make your empire
Right now, I'd be trying to get Ground Slam of Earth Shaking for my General's Cry setup. I bought a couple Ground Slams. So far, we're gonna have 2 rolls on the font, so we'll see how lucky we get. I actually have to go hit the time cranks. That sucks.
That's a first.
Potent little gift from our primitive past.
Double key. Or extra key. Alright, gold door. Where there's a golden door, there must be a golden key. I don't see a dark shrine. We go Ground Slam of Earth Shaking instead of Sunder. Yeah, as soon as you can get a Ground Slam of Earth Shaking, it does more damage and it has better AoE.
Practice makes perfect.
That's a first.
Where there's a golden key, there must be.
I think the new Wimber support will work well with Cyclone. I'm not sure. Doesn't it have a bow tag on it? I don't know if we'll be able to use it with Cyclone. It was something I wanted to test, and then someone said it had a bow tag on it, so I was like, I don't know if that's going to work then.
Gold is the most.
Yeah, it's a bow tag. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Thanks, Ant, for the follow.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor.
It also has the attack tag, though, so bow attack.
To entertain
I mean,
doubt is to dance with death. An
maybe.
emperor is only as efficient as
I don't know how good it's going to be. I don't know if it's worth giving up one of our existing spots. I don't know how you... I don't know how the... I guess if it's an attack support gem. I'm not sure. I'll have to play around with it.
You are inexhaustible. Your way to the top. Only one of your lessons was completed, Ascendant.
Yeah, the bow tag's a little sag. Alright, we're gonna go right, and then there's a dark shrine, and then Izado.
That's a first.
on what can you see what is in the lab. I use either PoELab.com or PathoLab to see what the layouts are from people that have already run it. Alright, time to get Third Ascendancy.
Empire awaits you with open jaws. Are you a martyr? I die for the Empire.
Get this shit updated within minutes of a new lab going live. They love to run lab 100%. It's pretty crazy. So yeah, I would normally go impact here, but I feel like the play is actually to go brutal fervor. I feel like on hardcore we want the overleach and the damage reduction.
That's a flourish. Use this piece of shit.
Alright, the dream is we get the transfigured gem of the same gem. That's the dream. We did not get it, but we have 2 crafts. Do we get it after this? We did not. That's a rip. Garbage. I guess we go do Katava. Now go back and do the skill points in a little bit. Next time? Yeah. I don't know if there's going to be next time, Drac, because League is tomorrow, so I'm not going to be running any more labs probably on this guy.
I don't suppose there's time to convince innocents to put some clothes on for this battle.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Overleach was the play, 100%. Not bad. Not bad.
By the remember, we do this for free.
Okay, so let's think about a few things real quick. What is my hit chance at if I drop RT? I'm at 93% chance, so we gotta run a precision. We don't have we don't have slots. I probably have to drop faster attacks for now, and we run precision.
Hail, Godslay. Hail, Godslay.
What level was that? 9? Okay. Bench 2 green on staff. Yeah, I probably could and still get. I don't know if I have enough chromes though. Is that 15 or 25? Yeah, it's 25. I don't have enough chromes yet. We'll just run without faster attacks for a minute while we're doing this. We also need to relink this because what we want is we can put Frostblink in our weapon, but we want Assassin's Mark and Mark on hit now because we're crit. So let's grab Assassins. Desecrates. Frostblink. Alright, let's go do our first map. First map. I have one of everything, so Kirak mission can be whatever I find the most pleasing. Oh, and we can update this to mapping. Let's see here. How bad are my resistances? Cold isn't great. Figure it out.
Got my eye on you.
Like stepping
What's
into
a dance? Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
I can't do this just yet.
Cha-ching. Lucky, huh?
Yeah, we're gonna have to turn off, unfortunately, I don't have enough, not gonna have enough, mana right now, and we gotta prioritize precision. Thanks, Sport, for the follow. I'd much rather have my hit chance and my crit scale right now.
That's a fast. Let's go use this piece of shit.
Could do arrogance precision. I don't have the sockets, I think, for right now, but that might be the play.
That's a fast.
If I can get one red on the helm, we could go precision with arrogance. And then we could slot our leap slam back in. I'm sorry, I mean our, well, we can put arrogance here, I just need a red on the helm. One red and one blue. So really this should be pretty easy to hit. In theory. Red, 2 blue. I need 2 green, a blue, and a red. Come on, game. Wow, we're really doing this right now? Holy moly, it was crazy. Alright, Desecrate goes here. Deep Slam goes here. We can run Arrogance with that. Yeah, now I can run Arrogance on Precision, and we can re-enable Flesh and Stone. Okay. Alright, we are in mapping mode now. The old familiar grind.
Cha-ching.
Oh. I died right away to chaos damage. That's classic. Classic death on explosion from the mob. Yeah, right at level 69. So there's that, I guess. HC viable. Rip, yep. Well, that's just me being an idiot dying to death on explosion, right? So it was like the chaos thing the mob, the rare does. So like when it dies, all those crystals blow up and do chaos damage, and I had like no chaos resistance, so it just basically one-shot you. playing like softcore. Yeah. Alright, so let's look at POB. Died instantly. Alright, let's take a look at the trees here. We don't get endurance charge generation from Rumi's fat, so the way it works is once we go crit, respect into this node called Smashing Strikes. Every time we 10% chance to gain endurance charge whenever we crit, and eventually we're critting so much per second that you just stack up for endurance charges. Yeah, so that's how we get our endurance charges. What's up, Sizzle? Yeah. It's been a minute, huh? Hmm. Some guy made this build on Mobilytics and he created you and reminded me of you, so I had to come back to your YouTube and you were live. Mobilytics added PoE1 this season. I like this site. Yeah, Mobilytics is pretty clean. It's pretty good. I think I saw the build you're talking about, by the way. So right now I'm just kind of cleaning up the trees a bit. If I don't play HCSSF, anything to tweak or pretty much the same. I made a couple tweaks to the build, so the latest POB is available in the description of the live stream. But I'm making some changes to it right now too, and I'm gonna post this when I'm done. I'm just kind of cleaning up the trees more. I'm trying to make the readability of it a bit more intuitive. Played your build 2 seasons ago and played some Chaos Witch last season. I'm most likely going Cyclone tomorrow. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty good. We got buffs again 2 leagues in a row, so I'm pretty excited about it. Oh, yeah, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yep, yep. Thanks, Zero. Yeah, let's see. Let's actually do this. Yeah, basically 20% more damage at all gem levels for all the Cyclone gems. Pretty good. Hey, thanks, Bomb, for the follow. Appreciate it. I guess I'm already following here. How are you? Probably from back when it stopped by. Okay. Just watched my 3.27 vid. Yeah. Alright, so on this tree we're gonna drop this, this, this. Hey, I appreciate it, Bomb. Thank you, thank you. We're actually gonna tweak this further. This is rename 1 to 12. To get Sunder at 12. I'm going to be rolling using your tree, I think. Should I stay spinning? If you enjoy Cyclone, spin to win, baby. That's the name of the game. How do you feel about Warden Cold Cyclone? That's what I'll be going, SSF. I don't know. I haven't really looked at any LE builds for Cyclone. Sounds like it'd be fun. Yeah, I was just like, I'm tired, and honestly, when you don't have chaos resistance, like, you gotta play way more careful than I was playing. I should have been looking at the mods on the rare too. It would have said chaos. I forget the name of it, but it's like chaos something. It's pretty clear like what it does. That was 100% me being an idiot. Not really a reflection of anything else. Kind of crazy that chaos mod, yeah. Alright, so we've got some mana stuff. I feel like when we go Cyclone at 30, you're definitely going to want that. That makes sense to me. Volatile crystals. That, yep. So we're stacking Fizz damage and new war staffs, yeah. Yep, that's pretty much the build. Fizz, crit, impale, good old Cyclone Shockwave with some general cry support. I think I'm gonna keep my suggestion for, well, I guess I could tell people to go crit swap earlier. Thanks, Wall, for the sub. Alright, so early trees look okay. Going back to here for crit swap. It's gonna be our crit swap. I've only ever cycloned with a two-hand sword. Yeah, this is a more of a staff block build on the left side of the tree. I think that's looking pretty good for the loadouts now. Let's also make sure that we fix this here. So this should be Assassin's Mark at this point. And we need precision in here. The other thing we want to change is should be using a crit flask here if we've gone crit this early, so I'm going to make that change. Okay, so Spectral Throw into Sunder, into Cyclone Swap, to Cruel Lab, Crit Swap, Merc Lab, Uber Lab, 90. I think that's good. I think that's gonna be it for tonight. I think I'm gonna log out the evening. I'll probably be streaming a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna update all the links with this in a sec. I'm probably gonna be streaming like right after League launch because I probably won't get home until right when the League starts. So I'll probably be 30 minutes over the League start. But the plan is to just play. I think I still might go hardcore trade, even though I'm an idiot and I did dumb stuff. But the fact that everything just goes to softcore, I figure I should just play like hardcore. Give me 1 second, I got lots of messages. Won't have to worry about map progression if you die on the first map. Guy pointing to head meme. Yeah, I know, right? Alright, I am going to I'm gonna go ahead and update all the POB links, and then yeah, I'll post something in the Discord. I'll probably be streaming about 30 minutes or so, maybe an hour late. It just depends on work, but I think I should be able to get home right when league starts and be able to get on quickly after that. So thanks everybody for tuning in. I'm gonna update all the POB links. I'll put the latest in the Discord too, and try to get some rest before league launch tomorrow. Pretty excited. But yeah, I'll catch you all later, and thanks for tuning in.